wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for tuning in. And we have got a cocktail ring spectacular this afternoon with the very talented, very popular Laura Binding.
Hi.
How are you, Laura?
I'm good, thank you.
All right?
Yeah.
I won't call you Spellbinding, Laura Binding. I'll leave that. I'll leave that to my friend Becky. So you're excited about today's show?
I am. I've got some lovely kits.
I think the kits, I'm going to go on a limb here and say, obviously I've only been doing the Designer Inspiration Show for 5 days, but I think these are the nicest kits so far. And that's saying something, because the kits have been pretty good already.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
They're amazing, aren't they? They lend themselves to this particular discipline perfectly, don't they, with the cabochons?
Yeah, they do, but then they lend themselves to so many things as well, I think, and you get so much, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Can't go wrong, because you've got lots of wire in every kit, and huge carat weights of the cabochons as well, so if you don't particularly want to create cocktail style rings, you can still do lots of wire wrapping, or maybe you want to put your wire into stock and use the cabochons for different designs. It's up to you really. The value is, as always, going to be incredible, and because it is a Wirework special, we've got lots and lots of tools coming up in today's show. We all know tools are cool. Della Tinkerdell is already poised and ready to add more tools to her collection. She told me on Facebook. We've got a brand new square-shaped mandrill coming up on today's show, but it is a premiere launch. Probably haven't got quite enough to go round, because I'm expecting it to be a sell-out deal. Hopefully there will be enough to go round, so get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. We've got the traditional bezel mandrill as well, the orange one. We've got hammers and clamps and pliers. It's all coming up in today's show. And what we're going to kick off with, Phil? Oh, I tell you what, everyone's favourite accent stone, in my view. And we've got a huge collection together here. Very, very feminine colour tones, kind of spring tones actually, I would say here. For bridal commissions, this is perfect, because you've got classic white pearls, you've got the peach pearls, you've also got your teal or turquoise colour tones, even the lavender colour tones there in your pearls as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strands of pearls. This is once again a low stock opportunity. It's the only drawback to putting together our wholesale bundles is that we do sort of limit the stock levels that we're able to offer you, of course. Can't see a drawback to adding this to your collection. We know that pearls have strong associations with luxury jewellery. We know that they're going to feed into the larger price points that you want to achieve, particularly when you're looking at the real deal here, cultured pearls. Real variety of sizes from 5x4 to 7x6, 8x7, even 9mm pearls as part of this particular bundle. So you can see there you've got some delicate sort of tapered pearls there. You've also got kind of Baroque style pearls. It's all going on in this one bundle. However, this is only available for 20 lucky individuals, and already people are starting to come through at JewelleryMaker.com to add this to their order. I'm not really surprised, because here at JewelleryMaker, 1 P&P per day, we get new buyers every day, so that's the only reason I mention it so often. But yeah, 1 P&P per day of just £2.95, which in itself is amazing value. But when you look at the price point that you should be paying, we're about to take about £10 off that price point, so should be £44.60. Oh, more than £10 off the price point. Supposed to be £34.95, but producer Phil's decided to just be a little bit generous, give you a little treat, and work on very, very fine margins. I hope. Do you know what? That works out at just over £4 per strand. £4.12 per strand. These are genuine cultured pearls. Some of these would have taken nearly a decade for Mother Nature to form. Works out at £4.12 per strand. That is unbelievable value for a luxury bundle of this quality, especially when you consider the versatility that you're dealing with here, because of the kind of the combination of the colour tones, the variation in the sizes. As you can see, the smallest ones here, the very delicate ones, actually you could almost use those to frame a cabochon in a soutache design, couldn't you, those small ones?
Yeah.
That'd be quite nice. You've got this kind of champagne tone, you've got the classic peach pearls. These are the 9x8mm purple pearls or lavender coloured pearls. As I say, we generally look at about 1 millimetre of growth every 12 to 18 months within cultured pearls, so some of these would have taken almost a decade to form. These are flying out the door. We only had 20 available. It should be £44.60. We've taken it down to £32.95. Half the stock's now been allocated. We are approaching single figures of availability on this particular deal, so don't forget, even if you are caught in two minds about a deal like this, for a start, you're not going to find pearls for better value considering the quality. I wouldn't have thought so. But you do have a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you're not 100% satisfied, you can send it straight back. It's quibble-free. Absolutely nothing to worry about. But I will say that there are people coming through now on the free phone number to grab this one. Single figures remaining on this particular deal. £32.95 for 8 strands of cultured pearls. Absolutely unbelievable deal when that works out at £4.12 per strand, and they are all cultured pearls. Amazing opportunity. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you because there's so few remaining in stock, just a handful left now, and we're going to move on. We're going to have a look now at these beautiful colour tones. Absolutely spectacular colours. You've got the baby blue, and then you've got this interesting combination of colours actually, because on the face of it you've got a baby pink tone, but then because of the depth of colour that you have and the inclusions of the magnetic quartz, some of these are giving you kind of plum tones or ruby reds coming through as well. So you can't go wrong with this because you've got little points of interest within the magnetic quartz, and then you've got the consistency of colour on the beautiful blue Chalcedony. Both coming to you in faceted rondelles. They range in size from 2x1mm to 5x3 on the magnetic quartz, and 3x2 up to 5x3 on the Chalcedony. 35 carats on both strands, so 70 carats in total. Love this as a combination. Maybe someone you know is about to have a little baby and you want to make them a nice gift as a new mum. if you buy this bundle, you've got both your bases covered, haven't you? Martha tells me off for that because she says you don't have to give people blue for a boy and pink for a girl anymore.
No, but it's
But
nice.
it's
It is
isn't
nice. There's, you know, I mean, I've got one of each, and it is nice to have that sort of blatantness, really. I love the fact they can dress them up in blue and dress them up in pink.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. And if you have twins, you have one
You're
of
laughing,
each.
yeah.
There you go.
That's good, I like that. £9.95 for both strands, so £4.98 per strand. Do you like that? Pretty impressive for faceted rondelles. And actually, I'll tell you what, even in the studio lighting, which never really does us any favours, if we're honest, they are sparkling beautifully, aren't they?
They're beautiful, really beautiful.
Kind of strategically faceted, actually, aren't they, to really maximise, or optimise, I should say, on the play of light there. So they are really almost twinkling, especially the blue variety. That's got the little twinkle, and then the signetic quartz, because the inclusion's got the little sparkle, hasn't it? That's gorgeous. Signetic quartz, a variety of, well, quartz which is prized for its inclusions, of course, and it gives you those variations. And then you've got this beautiful consistency of colour in the Chalcedony. I love that. Covering every base here. I think they work perfectly together, actually. You could just alternate between the blues and the pinks, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think that you could really make a lovely simple piece, but you could make a real sort of subtle but statement piece as well.
Yeah.
And again, they lend themselves to rings, to earrings. I think they're lovely, you know, hanging off drops of chain.
Yes.
So that, you know, when with movement, you catch the light.
Yeah,
and
you make
really,
the most of the faceting then,
Yeah.
don't you? Yeah, that's a great idea, yeah. And of course then you don't need to use...
So many.
Yeah, well, you don't need to put lots of carat weight into the design, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's a great idea, isn't it, for optimising on the number of gemstones that you get in each bundle. Huge numbers of people coming in today. It's a very, very busy day here at JewelleryMaker. We know you're excited because the lovely Laura Vining's here. We're focusing on what has been voted as our favourite discipline here at JewelleryMaker, Wirework. We are going to be taking you through our ring designs today, but of course, I suppose the whole point of the Designer Inspiration show is to adopt the techniques and then integrate them into your own design, so you don't have to literally emulate.
Well, it's just nice to have an idea and a guide as well as to how to create some things. And like you say, you can use that as a base, or you can just do it as well, use the same designs, because you know, it's just fun to make, really.
There you go. That's what it's all about, jewellery making, isn't it? Having a bit of fun, experimenting, and maybe increasing your own skill set as a result.
Yeah.
We'll go with that then. Okay, we're moving on to them. Oh, now these are absolutely spectacular. We're going from one end of the spectrum to the other here. I almost associate those previous bundle, the rondelles, with quite everyday jewellery. This has got evening wear written all over it. Faceted black agate, it gives you that classic sophistication, that beautiful lustre. Instead of looking at that traditional sparkle, we're looking at that gorgeous lustre, especially from the way these have been faceted. As I say, these have been kind of checkerboard faceted on the surface of it. They are heart shapes and they are 14mm in size. Faceted black agate, 180 carats in total, over 200 carats on the rounds, and those are 10mm in size. So I mean, for statement style evening wear, these are a must-have, wouldn't you agree, Laura?
I think so, but I think that they would be a real essential if you get the first kit. They're just going to really, really go amazing with that kit.
Ah.
Because you could really bring
So
them
I
to
was
life.
just thinking, when I had in my mind as evening wear, blacks and silvers.
Yeah.
Now in the first kit,
Yeah.
you've got the silver coated pyrite, those rondelles again, so you've got that little sparkle, and you've got the black lights cabochons. It's a match made in heaven, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I just think that they're just an essential add-on, really, to me. I just think, you know, I know that they haven't seen that kit yet, but I think it's just one of those trust us on that, really, isn't it?
I think you're right. You're definitely going to want the kit. This is going to be the perfect add-on. We've already stated 1 P&P per day. Trust me, when you see the kit, you're going to want it, especially with the wire that we've got in that kit as well. It's a match made in heaven, Laura. Should be $13.90 for the 2 strands. We've taken it down to $9.95. Bearing in mind, You've got over 400 carats of faceted black agate here. Again, the gemstones are doing a lot of the work for you because they are actually cut into these gorgeous heart shapes. I mean, you know, tomorrow's the day of romance, isn't it?
It is. It is. I just think they're lovely, and again, I love anything that's like kind of heart-shaped, and it's nice not to be tied into sort of, if you're not a pink person, I'm not like a pink girly girl because it doesn't really suit me, so I would love, that would be more me, and you still get that little heart feature, but you get it in a more sort of, I can't think of the word, you know, it goes with everything. It's the...
Yeah, it's that neutral colour tone,
yeah.
So to go with anything, you're always going to need your jet blacks in your collection, but on this occasion, they go that one step further. They give you another design, sort of dimension, don't they, with the heart shape.
I think because they're faceted, they make them look more sort of high-end as well. They have a little added elegance to them.
Absolutely. There's no getting away from it, is it?
No.
You've got the natural lustre from the black agate, but then
it's really
because
enhanced.
of the way it's been faceted, it just brings it to the surface of the gemstone. It adds that level of sophistication to the piece, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. You know why I was smirking when you said that you don't like pink and that? Because I was getting it in my ear like, oh, you can deal with that, Ed, because I'm very girly when it comes to my gemstones.
It's not I don't like pink, it's just I can't wear pink. It has to be the right shade of pink. It just doesn't suit me. But it's not to say I don't like it, it just has to be the right shade.
Actually, with the pinks, the blacks help to kind of bring it,
neutralise it a bit,
a little bit, don't they? Yeah, so there you go. Other design scenarios start to be enhanced by the use of these gemstones as well, don't they?
Changes the colour of it and the tone and the overall effect and impact as well.
And so it's not quite as feminine then because it's put alongside the jet black. It's more of a contrast, I suppose.
I mean, when I say pink, I mean I think bright pink.
Yeah, the hot
you know,
pink
like proper
tones,
girly pink.
Yeah, the Barbie pink, sort of thing, bubblegum pink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably couldn't get away with that. I just like pink gemstones, guys. Okay. Huge numbers of people coming in for that one. I'm not surprised. The gemstones are doing all the work for you on that one. We're going to move on. Okay. Oh, Phil, you'll love this. I'll crack my joke. Have you heard it before? Oh, I won't crack it then. I bet you have, Tom. Tom said he hasn't heard it. Laura, I bet you've heard it. What does a cow say in the wind? Moo kite. Where's that tumbleweed when you need it? Here we go. Beautiful gemstone. One location gemstone. Tom really likes my joke. He's really laughing. I think he's laughing with me, but I think he might be laughing at me. Oh, people already flying in for this one. That's the way to do it. So you've got that huge cabochon, of course. Can't guarantee the colour tone that you're going to receive on your cabochon or your gemstones because this is the beauty of working with this gemstone. Actually forms in a very similar way to opal, but what actually happens is rather than it being quite as silica rich, it's actually a form of agate basically that bursts through the kind of fossilised riverbed of the creek itself. So the Mooka Creek is actually an Aborigine word for flowing waters, and because the creek itself is kind of fossilised on the bed of it, obviously it's a very silica rich area because it's where, you know, sort of 95% of the world's opals come from, but instead of the opals being able to form, they come, you know, into kind of collide with an agate formation and it forms mookite, and that's why you get this beautiful array of colour tones. So essentially you've got the luxury of an opal but in a one location gemstone, because we don't find mookite in any other region in the world. It's just those very unique circumstances that have taken place in that region that allows mookite to form, and it gives you this beautiful variation of colours. So you've got the three strands, you've got the droplet style nuggets, you've got these beautiful little... Are these 2 mil rounds or 3 mil rounds? 3 mil rounds, there you go. And then you've got the almost pebble-like cuts there, the through-drilled pebbles, as well as your huge cabochon. Absolutely fantastic. Whoa! $9.95 for 3 strands and the cabochon. That's amazing value. Not messing around today, are you, Phil? He hasn't let us down so far. Every mid-show he's managed to render me silent. which is no mean feat,
Yeah.
as you will attest, I'm sure. This is probably the biggest deal of the show so far. There's lots of people with this in their baskets. Don't forget, you do need to check out to avoid disappointment. It's very rare that I see a McKay cabochon of this beautiful mustard golden tone, I have to say. I mean, I can't guarantee what colour tone you're going to get. You might see the plums, you might see the aubergine tones, the more earthy browns, or this golden shade. Oh, we're down to the final 20 remaining in stock. There's probably about 19 people with it in their baskets, so you do need to act with a little bit of urgency. Because as people are coming through on the finals, there you go, people starting to multi-buy now as well. I'm expecting people to miss out on this deal. $9.95. Congratulations to Joanne, Anne, Patricia, Sheila, Lorraine, Gwyneth, Blanca, Karen, Jane, Mary, Linda, Agnes, Mark, Hazel. This is another limited edition bundle. Again, the only drawback to actually bundling so many items together and giving you a wholesale price is that we are a little bit limited in terms of the stock. Okay, over half the stock's now been confirmed purchases. The other half, the stock is currently placed in people's baskets, so the quicker you can check out, the better, because as phone buyers start to come through on the free phone number, don't forget, you're only investing your time on the phone lines. There you go. Congratulations to Jane. You've just multi-bought this. You've got 2 of these heading your way. We've got more people with this in their basket than bundles available now. Susan's just texting to say, got my black agates. When's the kit coming up, please? I've got to go out at 2. Okay, right. It'll be coming up in like 10 minutes time. Is that right? 10 minutes. Don't worry. We're doing it at 1:30. Margaret's also texting saying, oh, tell the viewers how silky they are. They are fab to wear. Get them. Is this about the McKay? Because it has all got this beautiful polished finish to it, I have to say. Margaret's quite right, actually. I can imagine it is beautiful to wear. A mandrel is a primate. A mandrel is a tool. Mandrel. So my wee bit of Scots coming out there, is it, in how I pronounce it? My apologies. There you go. I'll correct the way I pronounce it. Okay, that's actually been oversubscribed now, so congratulations if you got in that one. Before we go on, I actually do have to make a little public service announcement. It's probably already been dealt with on air, but you might have just walked in. And I doubt that the man himself is watching, because he's probably out partying, because I know what a party animal he is. But happy birthday to Mark Smith, one of our most popular designers here at JewelleryMaker, my good friend. It's his birthday today. So happy birthday, Mark. There we go. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to give you a triple trouble deal here. Phil, I can't believe you didn't like my McKay joke when you've created a kingdom of lemon. Bundle. No right to chastise my McKay jokes. Beautiful droplets of lemon quartz here. We've basically bundled 3 strands together, of course. Once again, the only drawback is that we have thirded our stock level of this particular strand, but it does mean that we can give you a wholesale deal and give you a massive saving on the price point. Actually, do you know what? With the black onyx cabs from the next bundle, that's a nice combination, isn't it?
I love lemon quartz. It's one of my favourites. It just goes with so much. It's just like little drops of. It's not even honey because it's too light. It's just.
It's a real citric vibe to it, isn't there? Do you know what it does go with, Laura? Copper wire. Is that why you like it?
Well, I team it with copper wire, but I also team it with like prehnite and peridot and citrine and amethyst and all the sort of the earthier colours to make it really sort of, and it does really pop when you put it with the sort of more rustic earthy colours because it shines through.
So for the springtime, this would be perfect, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. Actually, I've just been informed by Sheila that on Tuesday morning she and I are doing a spring and summer themed show. So that'll be interesting. Grab your lemon quartz while you can for less than £3 per strand.
Wow.
Can I just say, where's my ruler? Hold on a second. I thought so. These are well over 30 centimetres in length. I think they must be, yeah, They've got to be 37 to 40 centimetres in length. So I'm thinking you're going to get over 1 metre of lemon quartz. I'll even overlap the tassels. Actually, I still can't fit it on my desk. Hold on. You're not going to be able to see it all. I've just about got it on the desk. Look at that. Literally on the edge of the desk. It's covered the entire length of the desk. Over 1 metre of lemon quartz for £8.95. Make a skipping rope of lemon quartz. I probably wouldn't advise that. I love these little polished notes. This is one of the reasons that I mentioned Mark, of course. If you've been inspired by his chips and nuggets designs, these would be perfect in there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and also, like you say, going back to the summer and spring, you can make beautiful little flowers out of them because they're sort of slightly top drilled. So they would make lovely organic sort of little flower drops, and you could kind of put them on like a big star necklace.
Nice. Or I was thinking almost like a hair vine.
Yeah.
They'd fall really naturally in those kind of designs, wouldn't they? Or fascinating.
Or in a tiara or something like that, yeah, because then the light would just go straight through and you'd have movement as well.
I like that. Yeah, it's brilliant actually, because you've got an organic kind of feel to the gemstones themselves because of the irregularities in the size and the shapes, but you've got this highly polished finish which allows the clarity to come through, the consistency of colour, and as Laura says there, you know, once you start to match these up with other gemstones within your designs, the colour tone really does pop, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Almost looks quite pale on screen, but our studio lighting's not going to do them justice. When you see them in the flesh, you'll fall in love with this. £8.95 works out at what, £2.99 per strand? Pretty incredible, really. Okay, people are multi-buying this particular deal. That's actually more similar to the colour tones you're going to see when you see this in the flesh. That's much more similar to daylight simulation. The lighting in the studio is never going to do our gemstones justice. I know that if you're a new viewer or you're just a cynic, you might think, don't you sell gemstones all day? Wouldn't you have it lit to optimise the look of the gemstones? It's impossible, because we'd be virtually broadcasting in the dark if we did that. So we need these lights to make me look handsome. You can see they're doing their job brilliantly. £8.95 is the price point for the Kingdom of Lemon bundle. As I say, lots of people multi-buying this one now. And we're going to move on now to give you a very similar deal. This time in your clear quartz. Okay, bridal commissions. If you grab the pearls. And did the pearl bundle sell out, Phil? We've got 2 remaining in stock of the pearl bundle. So we brought you 8 strands of pearls for $32.95. We took over £10 off the price of these pearls, so it was 8 strands. If you've already paid your $2.95, how about this for a combination? 3 strands of your clear quartz as well. I mean, bridal looks, vintage designs, that is a match made in heaven, isn't it?
Well, you've got your bridesmaids there as well, so you're not just limited to bridal.
True.
You've got prom.
All bridal parties.
Prom
Prom jewellery.
christening, you've got anything really, just less, you know, a black tie-do even.
Do you know what? Somebody was telling me the other day that proms are massive business, not just for jewellery makers. They're saying 3 bigger sums for prom jewellery.
Yeah, I know.
Been in
It's
my
insane.
day. Didn't happen in my day.
We didn't have proms when I went to school.
End of term discos
I'm jealous.
when I was at school.
I want a prom.
Although we did establish this afternoon that I was the oldest person in the office, which is quite depressing. They were all filling in forms and they had to say when they left school. And the dates they were giving out, I was thinking, what? You finished school in that year? I'd already graduated when they were all leaving school. Unbelievable. I'm so old. What? What exactly are you doing in there, Philip? You know you're in trouble now, don't you? Because I'm using your whole name. What's your middle name, Phil? No, is it? Oh, okay. So just because you're such a joker, I never know whether to believe you or not. He's in big trouble. £2.32 per strand. Yeah, I believe you. I just, you know, if I ever need to middle name you, I want to know. There you go. Once again, huge length of clear quartz. All of these beautiful droplets, and look at the clarity that you've got from the way they've been polished. The length of the desk, virtually a metre of clear quartz for $6.95. Huge numbers of people coming through on the free phone number, as well as people placing this in their baskets. Buyers from across the globe recognising the value that we're offering here today. Eleanor from L'Exemplaire, who was here. She flew over from Barcelona for a double whammy of workshops at the start of the week. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know that.
Eleanor came over.
Oh.
I have to say, Eleanor is a very beautiful lady. And she attended the vintage workshop on Tuesday, and then Angela Edwards' business workshop the next day. So she's going to be sorting Spain out.
Yeah, nice.
She's going to be selling the jewellery out. Yeah, we should get her to do some correspondence. We're now going over to Eleanor in Spain. What's happening there, Eleanor? Clear quartz. Okay, now we've got over 20 people with this in their baskets. We actually are approaching limited availability on this particular bundle. I love this. I'm not really surprised, because this is some of the best value I've ever seen here on JewelleryMaker. Yeah. 3 strands of gemstones for $6.95. And it's another must-have, actually, when we start to think about that neutrality we were discussing earlier with the black agate. Can't go wrong. Those traditional monochrome combinations, they allow you to integrate any other colour tone, don't they, really? Yeah,
and like you say, that just screams bridal as well. But also, I think just summer. You just want something, when you want something nice and fresh to sort of wear, you know, just something simple. Yeah. You can just restrand a necklace of those, and it just looks pretty just as it is, you know, put a couple of little spaces in between it.
With your white linens, head down the beach for a little margarita. Am I talking your language? Am I whisking your way? No?
I'm not sure about the margarita.
What are you going to have?
Don't know.
All right then.
I'm having a think.
We'll get you a little cocktail or something.
Yeah.
All right then. $6.95 is your price point. What do you want? Do you like a daiquiri?
Is it sweet? I don't like sweet stuff.
Tom wants a vermouth.
I always used to have vodka, lemonade and lime as my holiday drink.
Say that again, sorry.
Vodka, lemonade and lime is my holiday drink, because it's refreshing.
What you drink when you're on holiday.
Yeah. Obviously, I do drink non-alcoholic drinks as well whilst I'm on holiday.
I understand, yes. No, that's quite fair. What's your holiday drink, sir?
I do like cocktails.
You like a little cheeky cocktail, do you? What about you, Phil? You go for the local beers.
Yeah, my husband does that. Like, and they always come in massive pint glasses. They're like huge. The world's biggest glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's because they don't have the same laws that we have here. They're not as strict. You can only serve someone a pint in this country, but they just fill it on the continent. What about you, Director Tom? What's your holiday drink? Yeah, the local beer as well for Tom. Interesting. I'm really boring because I'm a teetotaler, so I don't drink anything when I go abroad. I don't really go abroad very often. I'd like to. Text in your favourite holiday drink. Why not? Always drink responsibly, of course. But why not? For a bit of fun. Because we're starting to think about the spring and summer months. 60777. There you go. And, of course, today is Friday the 13th. So people have been texting in. What, are you scared of Friday the 13th?
I don't like Friday the 13th.
What, don't you? Really?
No.
You're superstitious about it?
Yeah, I'm a little bit, and it's typical. I had to drive up here, and I got here okay, but I got to drive back, and yeah. Don't curse me.
No, I'm not. I would never curse you. Okay, so also text in your superstitions. So maybe you have to, I don't know, carry your lucky horseshoe at all times or something like that. Text in 60777 is the number. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, you can use the message box if you're shopping online. Wow, congratulations, Lorna just grabbed 4 of that clear quartz bundle. That's the way to do it, isn't it? Okay, we're going to move on because it is now time to launch our first kit of the day. It's inspiration time. Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show, and it is now time to bring you our first kit of the day. So this would have been sent out to our designer in advance of the show in order to help them put together some focused pieces of jewellery. We're going to see those demonstrated from start to finish, and I have to say this is one of the most impressive kits that I've brought you so far since I moved over to the Designer Inspiration Show. We're focusing on cocktail ring designs today, but I have to say all of these items would work perfectly for any wire worker, whatever you want to achieve, because you've got, what's this carat weight? Over 700 carats of black onyx in the cabochon. So you're going to get a variety of different shapes and sizes. I can't guarantee how many you will actually get because it is done by carat weight. So if you get slightly fewer than this, it means you've got larger carat weights, of course. If you get more, slightly smaller carat weight. So over 700 carats, in fact 730 carats to be precise. And on this particular bundle, it means you've got 2, 4, 5, 10, 2, 4, 6. So 16 individual cabochons making up your 730 carats there. You've got the ultimate accent stone for this. We've already looked at the combination of blacks and silvers, haven't we? Because you've got over 50 carats of your silver-coated pyrite. I mean, the sparkle that you're getting from that, the metallic shimmer that you've got from this beautiful pyrite is fantastic. They range in size, very subtle size variations from 3x2 to 4x1 millimeters in size. Absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got your wire. And I have to say, a very impressive collection of wire, because you've got 100 meters of your 0.4, 100 meters of your 0.6 in the black, and then, oh sorry, don't know why I said that, I even knew, 50 meters of your black 0.6, so 100 meters of your 0.4 silver, 50 meters of your black 0.6, and then 10 meters of your 0.8. So you've got the three kind of essential gauges here for creating ring designs, haven't you, Laura?
Yeah, and again, I've just got so much wire and stuff. It's just tons and tons. I've got loads left.
Well, yeah, I mean, 160 metres of wire.
We keep going.
You keep going and going. And you generally do as well, Laura, don't you? Because you do lots of sort of intricate detailing in your designs, don't you?
Yeah, it's good to have the sort of more of the finer wire. So it's good to have that amount of 0.4 wire, because it enables you to do a lot more sort of weaving and coiling, whatever you would want to.
No, but this is a real feature of your designs, isn't it? Creating those kind of weaves within the designs. Gives it such a professional yet bespoke finish, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, it makes each one different and unique. Makes it all individual.
This is what people are looking for, I presume, within wirework designs. They want to know it's a one of a kind. They want to know that they're not going to see it when they walk down the street. Yeah,
I think even if you replicate the design, you'll never get it exactly the same. You might have different size shapes of gemstones, you know, and because of the nature of the work, because it is wirework, it will always change in the way that the wire takes you, really.
Okay. People are flying in for this one already. You've got 160 metres of wire. You've got 730 carats in your black onyx, as well as the ultimate accent, those coated pyrites, the beautiful silver tone. Whoa! I thought it was going to be $34.95. In my mind, it was going from $41 to $34.95. It's gone down to $24.95. Was that the intention? I think I just got it wrong.
Just imagined it.
Yeah, I just imagined it. I just
make my own prices up.
Do you know what? I was just drinking Lensit upstairs. I wasn't really concentrating on what people were saying to me. I was like, oh right, yeah. There you go. So just at that opportune time, as I just told everybody that I was feeling poorly, I had to clear my throat. So that's why I went a bit quiet for a second there. Oh, we've got a message come through already. I have to say, this is flying out the door, this kit. I'm not surprised at that price. If it's of interest or use, I've just posted an image of a ring I did with a black cab on Ed's Facebook page. Fran, you're amazing. That's perfect. If you want to go over to my Facebook page. It's Ed Presenter. Quite easy to find. You'll see me because I'm doing a cheesy pose. Yes, so yeah, go over there, give me a like, and then you'll get heads up about everything that's coming up in the show. So this might be why we've got so much interest in this particular kit. Nothing to do with the incredible price reduction, of course, but I did let everybody know in advance of the show, and I'm sure Laura did the exact same, didn't you?
I did give a sneaky hint, but I didn't go into too much detail. But again, now you can see why I said it would go so lovely with that double strand that you had originally with the hearts and the rounds.
Oh, yes.
Because you've got the silver and the black wires.
Yes.
For me, that's just a perfect...
Exactly what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Look at that for a combination. With the faceted black agates there. Actually, we're not getting to appreciate the heart shapes really with me putting them like that. Put them along with the pyrites. Now this was, I'm right in thinking that was just $9.95 for the 2 strands. It's the ultimate add-on, like you said, because we've just saved you £15 on the kit.
Yeah.
So even if you add that on, your P&P's still dealt with as well.
I mean, this is my kind of kit. This is the kind of kit I would want to get, and I would get those as an add-on just to take it up a level.
Well, it allows you to maximise on that 1 P&P per day, but it also makes the kit go that much further, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You make your own handmade chain to go with the pendant that you might make. I mean, I haven't made pendants because obviously it's a ring theme.
Special, yeah, sure.
But you know, I've done several pendants before, so you can kind of use that and then make your own chain with it. There's just loads you could do.
Yeah, actually, someone's just shown me, Fran, your beautiful design is amazing. In fact, there it is. That's on my Facebook page. You can see there,
really
black
cool.
on its cabochon, the droplet style. You like that, Laura?
Yeah, it's
gorgeous,
very cool.
isn't it?
Yeah, very statement.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Might get a commission, Fran. Now, I like it. Okay, so 160 metre wide. You got your 0.4, your 0.6, your 0.8. You got your faceted rondelles of beautiful silver part. Really? Oh, single figures remaining on this kit.
I'm not surprised.
We haven't even seen Laura's designs yet. This is the fastest selling kit I've had since I moved over to the Designer Inspiration show. And another message coming from Stacey. It says, I don't cook on Friday the 13th. Bet you're hungry. Food doesn't like me that day and burns really bad. It only burns a little bit on normal days.
Oh, is that an
That
excuse?
sounds superstitious, doesn't it?
Yeah. Is that an excuse for takeout though? Because I might use that when I get home.
It's got to be.
You know.
Do you know what I left my son with the childminder this morning when I came to work, and I cooked beef casserole this morning for her, and she's got another job this evening. And I texted her last night and said, I've made you some beef casserole. She likes my cooking.
Aww.
And she went to see, she said, oh, I'm going, because she works for another presenter here, so she's going there tonight. And she was like, I'll leave you some money for a pizza. She was like, no, it's all right. Ed's made me casserole. Show it off. So there you go. I cook every day. Okay, we better go over and see what Laura's done before this kit actually sells out. I've got 3 remaining in stock of this particular... Oh, 2 remaining in stock of this kit. Wow, there's like 10 people in their basket, so it looks to me like it's going to be a sellout. Amazing, huh?
It's a beautiful kit. It really is a beautiful kit. And I can see why it's selling or sold out, because it's just... I was really, really chuffed when I got this delivered to me.
Can I just say, this combination of the black and the silver wire twisted together looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks really good, and it's easy to do, and it just gives, again, it just gives that little bit of added interest, really. But what you can't see, because that's the ring that we're going to actually do, is that what you can't see, because we've got the black wire and we've got the black stones, is I've actually used the black wire to secure the stone and then embellished it, but you can't see that because it's black and it's just dissolves in.
Genius. So the actual kind of the kind of caging, if you like.
Yeah, it's kind of been done with the black wire, but it's hidden because
it's like creating an invisible setting,
Yeah.
because the gemstone matches the metal tone.
Yeah.
That's genius. I love that design. That's really beautiful. That's not the only cocktail ring we've created from this kit, of course. We've got an array of rings. I'll let you have a look at them all. So this one, I mean, not to trap them in the time, it's a little bit more simple than the intricacy that you've created on this previous one.
You don't always, you know, everybody's got different tastes and styles,
absolutely.
and not everybody wants these big statement rings, but you still got that impact with the silver and the black on that one.
Yeah.
It's a very simple weave that's been done along the centre, but it's been done to hold the stone in as well. And again, I've used it in a different setting, which is the real beauty of using cabochons, because you're able to set them in any way that you like.
have a look at this beautiful ring now. This has got almost like a webbing-like feel to the caging, hasn't it?
Yeah, that one's just been netted. It is just simple netting, but all I've done on the last row is just put 3 of the sort of pyrites on each piece of wire before I've netted it. So before I've looped it onto the net, I've just popped some stones on, and I've done that on each one, and it just gives it that little bit of added bling. Yeah. Really, I mean, it's a statement ring. You know, I deliberately chose one of the bigger stones to get that impact type of ring.
It's almost like a framing, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the actual cabochon itself. Love that. I mean, you could go even further, couldn't you? You could embellish in the centre.
Yeah, you could completely net it in, and then just have the centre with splash of the stones, or just have it completely netted. There's loads, but I wanted to kind of show that contrast.
Yeah, I love it. It goes back to that kind of combination that we were discussing, doesn't it, of the black and the silver being very sophisticated, beautiful combination.
Yeah, yeah.
Gorgeous. And then this is the final ring, so this is kind of a combination of a few of the different designs.
Yeah, I was just having a play about with them, really. I could sit there and do this all day. I love playing and making rings and doing, you know, rings to me are my like default. Everyone says that they have they go for earrings, or, you know, when they get given a challenge, first thing they do is an earring. Right. For me, if I'm ever struggling and I've done suddenly loads of rings, that's my easy. I like to go to the rings because I find them easier.
It's good to have a design like that, isn't it, that kind of gets the creative juices flowing.
Yeah, if you're having a bit of a block and you're thinking, oh, I'm not sure what to do, go to what you know and feel comfortable with. And for me, if I want to do something a little bit quicker, because also I know I do my pendants, but if I do something a bit quicker, I would always go to a ring.
Right, okay, that's interesting. And so if you have something like that kind of in your arsenal, and then, you know, organically the design might start to form, you might get a theme for a suite.
And then you can kind of think, oh, I'll do a matching pendant or cuff bracelet. I mean, the variety. I mean, I've still got 2, 4, 6, 8 left. Plus, I've got 2 that I've used as part of my demos. Yeah, sure. I've still got a handful of these stones left. Again, used some for the demos, and still got absolute tons of wire.
Of the wire, yeah.
You know, it's just tons. Awesome.
Right now on screen, we're giving you the opportunity to add those 8 strands of pearls to your order. They should have been $44.60. We took them down to $32.95. That's because the kit has now been a sellout, and we're also going to bring you a tool opportunity. So I've got this wooden clamp and block, and I've got a set of 2 hammers as well. So we're going to bring these tools for you.
They're cute. I've not seen them before.
I haven't seen these little hammers before.
I haven't. I want them.
You want these?
I want those hammers.
Would these be used for work hardening your wire then?
I guess they would be used for like the more sort of intricate pieces, because, you know, my hammer is in my bigger toolbox, but, you know, because the area itself is smaller on that, which means that especially for making rings, if you've got the thicker gauges of wire, and you use your ring mandrel, which obviously is metal, you could then use them to sort of shape and hammer around the ring mandrel itself.
Because you can be very precise.
Yeah, and again, if you've got the anvil, which I do have, the little one, you can again get to the smaller. If you just want to do a little piece, you can get the more sort of intricate little bits.
Because it's got all the different edges, hasn't it? So you can actually create the effect that you want. Okay, so these are the 1 ounce, and the 2 ounce hammers.
Oh.
These are the little ball peen hammers. Do you know what? I was actually watching a programme the other day, and they were saying about the price of beechwood being really expensive for certain kinds of furniture. That's really weird that they've got beechwood handles. Only because, you know, that went in my mind at the time, and I was thinking, oh, I never realised that about beechwood. Anyway, then when you see it again, it just triggered something in my mind. Okay, so you've got the beechwood handles there. And then you've got the wooden clamp and the little block there as well. You're joking me. Under £10 for 2 hammers and the clamp. $7.95. He always tricks me. I thought for sure it'd be $9.95 because getting 2 tools.
I want that. If there's any guest designers out there, get it for me.
Guest designer alert.
Guest designer alert.
The other day we had like
yeah, I think that was me. I was one of those. My order's in there.
Oh,
when
you were one of the
I
people.
was one of
there was 5 designers came in for the same deal.
Someone messaged in and said please do it before 3 o'clock, and I was like yes, because I had to
what
go.
Was it, then?
It was the 9. It was the hammer, but with the 9 different heads.
Oh, it was the 9 hammer heads. Would I cut my finger on the staple?
Yeah, I literally have just picked it up now.
It was.
Yeah.
Because Fran had one and Fleur had
Fleur,
one.
Rachel, Frankie,
Rachel Norris, that was it.
Me, Jan.
Jan and Frankie.
Yeah.
You, Rachel.
That confessed to it anyway, or that got spied.
That's it. Okay, people are flying in for this one. I'm not surprised. $7.95. I did say we'd have lots of tools in today's show. This is the other great thing about wire work. It does allow you to kind of expand your techniques because there's so many tools associated with it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we did the wire weaving workshop on Saturday, and I used that little wooden mandrel, the ring one there, in that workshop because it's really good if you're practicing your wire weaving. You can hold your wires in the clamp itself. Obviously, I don't use it for what it's meant to be used for, but just setting little stones into gems, into set rings, because that would be too easy. But for me, and everybody was using them, and you know they are essential. I think if you're learning to wire weave, right, then they're brilliant.
It's an essential tool.
Yeah, because they help you to sort of just grip the wires and keep them in place for you.
And then you've got the 1 ounce and the 2 ounce hammers, which of course allow you to create that very precise detailing and work.
Sometimes you just want to hammer a tiny little section of something, and you know if you're working with it and you've got it there, you just need that smaller tool. So it's perfect.
Perfect. Okay. So, how many of those did we have? Sorry? Oh, okay. We started with a limited number of those, fewer than 50, and we're now down to single figures. So, welcome to the Designer Inspiration Show. My name's Ed, and this is the lovely Laura Binding. And which of our beautiful cocktail-style rings are we now going to be demonstrating, Laura?
We're going to do the one closest to you.
Okay, so this is the black and silver wire sort of twisted together.
Yeah, it's just to show you a different way of using the gauges of wire, and also incorporating a couple of the weaves as well, just to give a little bit of interest to it.
Fantastic. Okay, so where do we start then?
Okay, so we've got the 0.8 wire, and 0.8 wire is really good if you're making rings because you can make just anything with them really, it's most versatile.
Okay.
But when you want to do a sort of a woven one or create a more solid, substantial one, you obviously have to use a little bit more.
Right.
So this is part of the reason that I actually twisted it with the black wire to give it a bit of strength and structure and to help, you know, give stability to the ring itself.
Sure.
And it's really comfortable to wear as well. You can see.
It's not going to look particularly attractive on my man finger, but
you get the idea.
Yeah, no, actually, it's really nice, isn't it? Really nice shank on the ring.
And you can wear it in any direction. You know, it doesn't have to. It's not got a set way of being worn. You can wear it either way.
Ah, they say if you wear it inwards, then you're attached, and if you wear it outwards, then you're single.
Oh.
Do you know this
No,
about
I did
droplet
not.
style?
No.
Yeah, that's true. So if you're wearing the point facing in, it means that you're attached. But if you're wearing the point wearing out, it means that you're available.
I
Did you know that?
That's
traditional. You can wear your ring however you wish, can't you?
Right, so I'm going to cut probably about 1 metre of the 0.8 silver wire. The reason is because I'm going to be doubling this over and twisting it, and also I want the extra lengths of wire to be able to make the weaves and to embellish
so it makes
the stone.
it a sort of all-in-one cohesive design.
Yeah.
Okay.
This design does lend itself best to the teardrop stones, but I have done a little, and I'll show it in a minute, sort of part of a demonstration one, using a round one just to show you can tweak it a little bit to suit any stone really, but it does lend itself best just because of the shape of the stone really, because it tapers in, which it just gives you better anchor points. So I'm going to cut the same amount of wire off for my black. I'm just going to... Okay. So what I want to do is just find the middle of this wire, so I'm just going to fold the wire in half, find the middle, and just form a loop, okay? And then what I want to do is take my round nose pliers, and I'm going to place them just in the middle of both those wires. And I want to form a loop when I start twisting, so I'm actually going to manually twist these wires. But I want a little loop, and that loop is going to be part of the design as well. Okay. But it doesn't need to be a massive loop, so I'm just going to go towards the top of the pliers. What I'm going to do is I'm trying not to get you with this. The way I find the easiest way to do this is I put my sort of index finger just in between, and then it gives me sort of like, I can grip the wire with my hand and twist it. Right, okay. And it gives me quite a nice even twist.
Lever.
Yeah.
It does seem to be uniform.
Yeah, it keeps it more uniform. Yeah. Everybody will do this their own way, so don't worry. And you could, thinking about this, use like the twister tool or something like this. But this little loop is quite essential for this design because it helps lock it in, which I'll show you in a minute.
Okay.
And we're only doing enough to be the ring shank itself. So even though we've got all this wire, we're not using all this wire. It's not all going to be twisted.
All that wire is going to become part of the design, but this is just the shank.
So it's literally a tiny section. So I'm just going to twist this. And what I'm also doing, you've noticed, is I'm just bringing my fingers along and just making sure I separate these wires, because what happens when you twist your wires, the ends can wrap around each other and then they get twisted. Okay. So when you twist, if you just twist and twist like this, these will just twist around each other. So just as a habit, I just kind of twist once or twice, and then I just run my hand along and just separate them.
Separate it out. Okay, makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so I just sort of do 2 more.
If you show that kind of attention to detail while you're doing it, it makes life easier later on in the design.
It just becomes a habit. For me, I don't even know I'm doing it half the time, but it's just, if I do that, I know that those wires are separate. I know it's not going to be a matter of I've got my section there, but these are all twisted. Okay. Okay, so I've just got a little section there. And this is a design you probably want to go about 1 size larger than the actual size that you want, because when we do rings, you will adjust the size of it when you're working with it. If you're wrapping lots of wire around it, then that's going to reduce the size of it. So you need to allow for that when you're actually making the ring itself.
I've got you, yeah.
And it depends on how much wire you think is going to go around the ring shank itself as to how many sizes you go up.
Right.
But we don't actually go too much around this, so it's 1 size is about right.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to fold it around so that my loop is just here. See it there? And then my wires are just meeting it perfectly there. And then what I'm going to do is just straighten that out and bring all 4, oops, sorry, just what I'm doing is just bringing all 4 of the wires through. Okay, sorry. There you go. So all 4 are going through and it's going to lock, right? So you bring it through like that, place it back on the mandrel at the size that you wanted.
Oh.
Okay, and this is what I mean, is that it locks it inside, in place.
Yeah, I did see that.
Okay, so you're just placing it there, and then just separate your wires out a little bit. Okay, when you're happy with that, what you can do is take it off and just take your pliers and just flatten it so it's all nice and flush, there's no sharp edges, okay? And what I'm going to do is just go with my, oops, sorry, ring mandrel escaping.
You know, that mandrel's rolled off there, Laura, because it has the round edge. What you really need is a square-shaped mandrel.
I do, but not for the ring.
That was pro, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was
you?
Brilliant.
Thanks.
Flawless.
Thank you.
Flawless.
This is a brand new mandrel we're about to launch now. It's the square-shaped mandrel. Looks a bit like a skewer of some sort, doesn't it? But it allows you to create those uniform square-shaped. I suppose they could be the base for a prong set.
Yeah. I think there's lots you can do with them. It is really, in a sense, like you say, a square mandrel. So if you want to create something of interest, you could do the bezel setting. I think it'd be good if you want to create consistent shapes as well. I mean, often I will make a piece, if you're making a cuff or something and you want that sharp edges on the corner, you can use it for things like that.
Use it for those kind of dynamic edges and things. That's a good idea, And actually, bails, I suppose.
Yeah, bails will give you a bit of an interest. And also it'd be good for, because of it being metal, if you do a bit of the metal work, you would be able to use it to sort of form that sort of shape with that right angle and those edges, and then you would obviously be able to texture it or use your hammer. Again, that would tie in perfectly with that smaller hammer, because smaller work area and smaller hammer.
Yes, so because you've got that smaller surface, you'd be able to be really precise with what you wanted to create. There you go. Actually, we only had about 42 of that hammer bundle.
Just 42?
42. And we've already got well over 40 of the square mandrels that are floated. Oh, too much Lemsip for me today, I think. Oh, really? Oh, okay, okay. So when we were discussing the price upstairs, I was under the impression it was going to be $9.95. This is an official premiere launch of the tool. So we're taking it today is available for $6.95. I don't know if that will always be the price. Hopefully it will be. A third of the stock's already been allocated on this. We only had 200 square-shaped mandrels available. Yeah, so as I say, I think about 60, 70 of these have already been allocated. I had a similar item on screen the other day, but it was a sellout instantly.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it's definitely something that I would be buying, you know, and at that price, it's just, you've just got to get it, haven't you, really?
Yeah.
To sort of
$6.95 is an added to your order price.
Yeah.
Especially if you paid your P&P, then you're laughing, aren't you?
Exactly.
So many people flying in for that one. In fact, people are multi-buying this, so obviously either you've got lots of friends or you're thinking, I need more than one of them.
Again, any guest designers?
Yes, guest designers, if you're watching. Guest designer alert.
I think we need to put like a call out.
Yeah. Well, on the Late Show, we had to promote the idea that I could give people a buying signal on your behalf. If you have a stooge in the audience, then you give me a signal and I do a funny dance.
So on the Late Show, my mum used to always watch because obviously she wasn't at work, but she's at work today, and I was just used to be blatant and say, "Mum, I want that," and she'd get it for me.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that was right.
There was no signals.
Sam on cameras is like scratching her nose and making me dance for her, you see.
Oh no, I'm just blatant. I'm just I want it.
Over 100 of these have been allocated already, so now down to double figures. That is the official launch price of the bezel mandrel, the square-shaped mandrel, $6.95. Those are going to continue to fly out the door, so we're going to go back to Laura's demonstration.
Okay. So what I did was I've just locked that in, and again I've just taken my pliers and I've just kind of flattened it so it's all nice and flush. But that is completely solid. I mean, you see from there, I'm really pushing that, and it's not in any way. It's got such good strength on it.
Oh wow! So you're exerting all that pressure on that. It's not changing the shape at all. Wow!
Because in effect, you've folded over the 0.8, and you folded over the 0.6, so you've made the 0.8 become a 1.6, and you've made the 0.6 become a 1.2, and then you put them together.
Okay.
That makes sense.
You've really created a very, very strong structure to the shank then.
But it doesn't look overpowering. It doesn't look like a massive ring shank, you know.
It's really delicate
ring
shank, and it's got all that strength.
Whereas if you were to wrap sort of your 0.8 round the wrap mandrel 4 times, you're going to get a really thick shank.
Thick band, wouldn't it?
So with that, just gives it a little bit of interest, you know, and it's nice and strong, and it gets those wires ready for you to be able to use for your design, really. Okay, so
actually we've had a question about the ring design. It's come in from Sissy. Sissy, I'm so glad you've texted in. She said, just tuned in, what gauge of wires are being used for the ring?
For the ring, it's 0.8, the silver is 0.8, and the black is 0.6.
Right. Before we move on, Sissy, you need to text me back. Did you used to live in Pennsylvania? We need to know if you were Deborah's next door neighbour. Guess designer Jan, got the hammers and blocks for you, Laura.
Thank you, Jan, I love you.
There you go, designer Jan.
Thank you.
If you weren't watching yesterday morning, Sissy texted in from Texas, then Deborah from Pennsylvania texted in to say, I had a friend called Sissy who used to live next door to me and moved to Texas. I wonder if it's the same person. Everybody on Facebook wants to know, because Sissy never let us know. Please text back. If you used to live in Pennsylvania, I really want to feel like Cilla Black.
Bless.
Deborah's texted in to say thanks for putting it back out there, Reg. There you go. Hi. I'm on also. Thanks for asking Sissy again. Sissy, come on, let us know.
We need to know this now.
Yeah.
I need to know this now by the end of the show.
I put it on Facebook last night. I put, how badly do you want to know if Sissy moved from Pennsylvania? And loads of people are like, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, you started something now. We need to know.
JewelleryMaker. Bringing jewellery makers back together. Reuniting friends. Sissy's never lived in Pennsylvania. We did think it was a big shout. There are sort of, what, like 400,000 people in America? Something like that. Oh, she was raised in Georgia. She lives in Oklahoma and winter in Texas, summer in Colorado. Wow, that sounds amazing.
That sounds amazing.
Well, Sissy, you've ruined my dream of reuniting you with somebody you never knew. There you go. It is a big country, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It is. Okay, so We're going back to this.
let's make jewellery instead of me indulging in trying to be friends reunited.
Okay, so what I've done is, I mean, there's no wrong or right when we do things like this. You know, your wire can either be on that side or that side, it doesn't matter, the design's just going to be mirrored. So on that one, the wires were on one side when I was doing the demo pieces, they end up on the other side. It doesn't make a difference, the designs are as they are. So what I wanted to do now is I've got my wires separated, so I've got my 2 silver wires, I've just brought them so they're kind of sitting, so if I just put my hand there you can see exactly, so they're sitting next to each other, parallel next to each other, and then I've got my 2 black wires that are separated. Now what I want to do is place my stone on, and I just want to start to catch it, and this is what I was saying about the invisible netting. Because you are using the black wire, you can't see this. So I'm just going, you probably won't be able to see it now because it is black, it's not going to help me now. So I'm just bringing it across the front, and it is hard for you to see, but I'm just bringing it across this part of the stone, and I'm just going to, if I turn this over, bring it through the ring shank, okay, and then, so I'm almost using that as an anchor. This is a tiny bit fiddly just because it's a finer wire and you've got longer lengths of wire here as well. But once you've done this, it makes it a lot easier. Okay, so I'm just going to remove that stone and just tweak that so it sits nicely. Okay, what you want is to sort of catch the corner of the stone. So I just want to catch that corner there, and then we're going to catch that corner there, and then catch the top. And again, don't worry about it too much, because once we go over, we start adding the silver wire, it starts to stitch and secure it all in, but we're just giving it like a foundation of security.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, and it makes it easier for you when you start to do the design. Okay, so I'm just placing that there. Okay, again, I'm just, oops, sorry about this. Bearing in mind, you would be doing this the comfort of your own home, where it would be comfortable and you'd be able to raise it up so you can actually see what you're doing. Just gonna, you can remove the stone and sort of form the
Do you find it easier to form it, you know, with the stone in place? Or?
I do, but when I'm sat at home, I'm going to be sat at home like this. I'm going to be able to see it properly.
Yeah,
but at the moment,
right over it,
yeah, I'm trying obviously to show you so that you can see as well. But it's just for you to get an idea, really. So I'm just going to loosely secure it. Okay, and wrapping around the top.
But this is the other ingenious thing about the design, because you're using the black wire. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter how much sort of framing and securing you have to do, it's always going to be hidden against the colour tone of the stone.
It blends in, and again, it doesn't matter if it's not 100% secure, because all you're doing is just giving it a foundation layer, really, of security. And bring it back down. Really not playing the game, is it? It's hot in here, that's why as well. Full of excuses, aren't I? Pull it through. Okay. And then just secure that. All right, this is done really sort of quickly, but it's just for you to get the idea. Okay, and then just wrap that around the ring shank. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it's just for you to get an idea, but that's roughly held in now. Okay, and you can just about see where the wires are holding it. Okay, you would do this a little bit better, and you would make sure you've got a little bit of a better sort of security. And also what you want to make sure of is on the back that your ring shank itself sits quite sort of central. Otherwise what will happen is you'll end up with your ring sort of being, the base of your ring shank being here, which means that when it sits on your finger it's going to sit quite high up.
Right.
So if you wanted to sort of just think about that when you're positioning this as to where this ring shank's going to sit when you're securing it. Okay?
Okay.
So we'll imagine that I did that a lot better. I have in some of my preps. And then what we're going to do is our wires are just here. We're not going to worry about the black ones for now, and we're going to just start to do a little bit of simple weaving. And if you find that these are too long, you can trim these. Okay. And what I want to do now, so if I can just have that ring, and I can just show you the next stage what we're going to be doing. Can you, Ed, would you just pass me the ring, please?
No.
Thank you.
Yes, I will.
So what we're doing now, I mean, mine's doing it in reverse, but it doesn't matter. What we're going to be doing now is our wires are just here, here, and we're going to start to weave. And what you want to do is weave, and then it's going to come across the bottom of the stone. And we're just going to add a couple of the little pyrettes in as we go along, and again it's just adding a bit of security. And as we go, the layer of wire underneath it, we use that as a base to actually catch it. If I can see it on here, just there. Just there. See those two little silver bits there?
Yeah.
They're sewn, stitched to the frame that we've just made.
Okay.
So I
was just looking like really in depth.
Yeah, like really concentrating. It's hard to see because it is black wire, but those two little silver bits there are actually stitched to this layer that we've just done now. So again, it's secure and it all, but it blends in because of the way that the design is. Okay, so this is a bit
pretty sort of clever design, really, from that point of view, actually.
Yeah, it was just as you were going along, I just thought, you know, it's all, if you see an opportunity to make it secure, then just take it, you know. I mean, it does mean you have to cut the wire off the reel, but make sure you've got about 1 metre so that you can continue your design and stop at a nice place to stop. And it also means that you can add your stones on. And again, this is one, I'm just giving you the foundation, the basis of ideas. You don't have to do what I'm about to do. You might not want to do this weave here. You might just do a different weave. You know, it's just for you to get an idea of what you can do.
Got you. I will just say, at that point, we have had a message come through from Jean. It says, "I love the ring you are wearing."
Oh, this is just copper wire one. And again, it's just 1.25 wire. It's just been hammered and spiraled.
It's got a little amylite sort of feel to it.
Yeah,
a little spiral.
It's slightly adjustable, but because it's, if you see there, look, slightly adjustable.
Simple but
it's really
effective.
Comfortable to wear, and yeah, it's quite. It's one of my little comfy favourites.
Well, we've just launched the square bezel mandrel.
You could do a square version.
You could do a square one.
You could.
Ingenious. We've probably got about 25 people who've got this in their basket. Very, very limited availability remaining on that one. We're now going to give you a deal on the original mandrel. This has got the, well, the variations of shapes and sizes.
I love that.
You love this one,
I
don't
do,
you?
yeah. It's in my toolbox, and I always tell people when I'm in my work, you should check that, aren't you? Is she lying?
No, I just wanted to see it.
It is in my toolbox.
There it is. Laura's got her one ready for action. Now, we're also going to include the Wirework Rings DVDs 1 and 2. You put these together, didn't you?
No, it's Louise Jacobson.
Oh, yes, it was Louise Jefferson who did the Wirework. Oh, I'm going to get in trouble from Louise now for saying that.
To be fair, it's because I'm doing a ring show, isn't it? You would think it was me, but no.
You know, it's just because my brain's not working today,
Laura.
Oh. Okay, so if you were to buy 2 DVDs and the ring mandrel any other time, it'd be $12.85. That's already amazing value when you think you've got 2 hours of tutorage there. I will just say as well, Louise has put together some very comprehensive DVDs here. Look how many different...
I think they're also brilliant for all sort of levels as well, all skill levels, because, you know, there's basic ones, there's slightly more advanced ones. So you've got, if you want to get into rings, you've got a real good starter there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think Louise is quite good at that, isn't she, of appealing to lots of different sort of skill levels, isn't she? She does have beginner wire work, of course, doesn't she, as well? Yeah. So, I mean, even if you think, oh, I'm not ready for rings, or, you know, they intimidate me a little bit, there's something for everybody, I think, on these rings. You can achieve anything. It's simple, and then there's that little bit more advanced. Yeah, and there's so many different projects, especially on both DVDs, but you've got both here as well. You've got edition 1 and edition 2, and you've got this fantastic multi-wire mandrel. Should be $12.85. That's already phenomenal value. I'll tell you what, I don't want anything to do with this price. $6.95. These are some of the clips from Wirework Rings Edition 2. Oh, so there you go. That's some of the double rings. I've seen you create those designs before as well. Wow. So you got 2 hours of tutorage in this quite, I suppose, focused form of wire work in creating, specifically in creating rings.
Yeah, definitely. And again, there's a good mix in there. There's some sort of the more subtle rings. There's the statement type rings. You can see that big flower type one. So
yeah, I like that.
I think it's nice to have the again, it's the foundation. For me, I'd love to be able to watch that and then take from it what I want and then put that into my own designs, my own twist on things as well.
That's the key with all of the designs we have here on JewelleryMaker from all the DVDs. You know, take the techniques and the kind of inspiration, but then adapt it to suit your own style of jewellery making.
Put your own spin on it, and and the thing is, just have fun and experiment. And again, in this kit, if you were lucky enough to get this kit, you've got your 0.8 wire. You make tons of stuff with that. You know, for me, it's my favourite gauge for rings, as I've said this to you before.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is like buying Wirework Rings 1, getting the second edition and the mandrel for £1 a piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Lady Deborah Ann, this mandrel is brilliant. It parts in 2 pieces, so it's easy to store too. In fact, Laura was just showing that.
Do you know how I found out? Because my son, I thought he broke it, because I always thought it was one piece, and then my son came in and went, look, swords, and I was like, oh, you've broken it, and then realised, no, you haven't, you've shown me a really cool trick. So, yeah, and again, I use this for my workshops, because for me, I love the rounded sections. I love the fact that you can create clasps with them, earring findings with them, hooks with them, and again, you can create rings with the largest round one as well. So for me, I use, and bails, if you're doing a woven pendant or you have a woven bail, again, I was
just thinking the same thing.
You know, and again, because I do my workshop, I often have this with me and let people use either this or the bail pliers.
Get their own today, can't
Yeah.
they? £6.95. You've got both your ring DVDs and your mandrel there, just so I don't get in trouble. Mandrel. Okay. Huge numbers of people flying in for that one. It's another added to your order price.
It is, definitely. Okay.
I'm sorry to keep it.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. Okay, so all I did was I'd already secured this, but what I've taken is the bottom wire and I've just linked it between this sort of side loop and this sort of side loop of the black wire. So now I've got, you can just about see it at that angle, but that there is another little layer of the black. And again, when I bring this silver section across like this, you can see how it sits just above that loop there, which is where I'm then able to stitch it and secure it. Okay, so what I'm going to do just quickly is start off the weave and show you how we do this next weave. It's quite a common weave that a lot of us use really, and it's one of my favourites to use. I'm actually going to cut about 1.5 meters of my 0.4 wire off. Okay. I don't very often cut the wire off, but because I know I'm going to be stitching it, I'm going to need to cut it off. So
you
there's no point.
that earlier, didn't you? Yeah.
So my wires are in a nice position here on the side, and again, it doesn't matter if your wires are on this side. It's just, it all turns out the same. So I'm just going to place my wire in and just create a little tail, and just hold that against the stone. And I'm going to wrap 5 times around one of the wires. In this case, it's the bottom wire. I always tend to go for the bottom wire, but everybody has their own preference.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, and I'm going to bring the wire across, over to the top wire and wrap 5 times. The trickiest part is the beginning part because it's really close to all your work and you want it to kind of look neat, but you've got to sort of get right in there as well. So 3, 4, 5. I'm doing this a bit quick, so it's a bit messy, but it's just for you to get an idea. So 1, 2, and all you're doing is going 5 times across each side really. So swap in 4, 5, and then over to the other side, and that's all you need to keep doing. And what you want to do is do this until your wires are enough to fold over here, and say your weave's about here. You can then add on, so we're just going to pretend I've woven all the way along there, and then I'm just going to wrap here, and then what you would do then is just thread on one of the little pyrites, and they're graduated, the strand of pyrites. So what I did was use the smaller pieces from either end, because then it's not too overpowering on the ring. And if, oops, they're alive.
Yeah, I think they range from sort of 3x1 to 4x2 in the centre, don't they? So,
yeah, which isn't massive, but when you don't want a lot of detail, you don't want it to overpower, because it is just going on your finger. You don't want it to be
like little punctuation marks in the actual design, aren't they?
So all you would do is just continue your weave as normal and just place that in the centre, and then continue your weave, and then go round 5 times. And what I tend to do is add a stone. I added 3 in the centre altogether, but what I do is add a stone and then do 2 plain sort of strips, and then add a stone, 2 plain strips. And then when you see the opportunity and you've got that little section there, it's really hard for you to see. I should have used a different colour wire really for the demos, but you can just see that wire there, the black one. What you would do is say do 2 maybe around the wire, and then your third one you would just literally feed it through. Oops. And then you'll see that if I pull that, it is now just stitched there. and then you just pick up the rest of your 4, 5, and then you would go over to the other side. So you can see that one little stitch, and that will just blend in, and then just do it a couple of times along, and it just secures it all together. So what I'm going to do is just put that to one side. Hour later trying to cut the wires. And then show you one that I've already sort of started and gotten to that point on. Okay, so you can see there that I've been able to take that across, and you see just there where I've done my little bit of stitching. But when you hold out like that, it blends in. And the other place to stitch as well, as you sort of find your wires coming up here, is your side wires here, your side black wires, which you can just about see there. Again, just stitch it as you're going along. So now I've got my wires here, I've still got the black wires, and then I've still got my other silver wire. So what I've done, I've gotten to the side, I've brought the bottom one down, wrapped it around the ring shank, and then across the back to the other side, and that's now meeting that black wire there, okay? And then you've got your silver wire here, which is still continuing from your weave. And all you do on this piece is wrap 5 times, so you're hand coiling in effect now, okay? And then again, you're just going to add a little pyrite, and what I want to do is just place it so it sits across the wire just like that on the inside, okay? And then again, wrap that wire 5 times to give a nice gap between the next stone. 2, 3, 5, and then have my next stone. Apparently wire workers do like to work in odd numbers, and I do. I like to work in 5s and 3s. Don't know why.
I think it's something to do with design as a whole, actually.
Yeah.
Because I hear it quite a lot, because the other day I was talking to Mark about his chips and nuggets design, and he was saying he tends to go for sort of 15, 17.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Debbie about Colin McKay design. She said the same thing.
I think it's because
Mother Nature tends to go for odd numbers as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and also if you have an equal number, your eye doesn't really know where to go because there's no sort of balanced middle.
Focal point, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have 5, then you've got a centre to focus in on. If you have 7, you've got a centre to focus in on.
Interesting.
What I hear anyway.
So yeah.
I don't know why I count in 5s, though, why I wrap from 5s. I just like the number. And again, now my wire's here. Again, I've got that, if I catch the light just there, just along here is that black wire that's holding the top of the stone in, just there. And again, I've got a perfect opportunity to just stitch and secure. So if you see an opportunity, I mean, I'm just going to go across the back because there's a gap there, and then bring the wire to the front. You can see that there, and that's, oops, so it blends in, but that just holds it. And then you would just pick that design up, but again, that's just securing it, and it's just keeping it all nice and secure. And then you would add your next stone. Okay. So again, I've just done 3, your own preference, obviously, and then just wrap that 5 times. 4, 5. Okay, and then you've got your wire just here. And again, you can now take that round the back and bring it. What you need to do is feel what feels natural to give it a bit of security.
Sure.
So if I was to bring it down to there, it's not going to have a natural sort of flow to the design. It's going to not look so fluid, and it's also not going to be so secure. So you'll naturally want to bring it around that sort of little point at the top of the stone and bring it down to there, because you know that's now hugging it and keeping it secure. So it's just about looking at it and thinking, right, that's going to work there. And then don't forget we've got that other little black wire here. What that's happened is now brought that, just wrap it around that shank once to meet there, and you've got another potential to twist your own wire.
Nice. So
it's always about you're looking for opportunities as to how you can, right, okay, that's brilliant, that's there now, so I could twist them together if I want to, and I can twist these together. So it's just looking at them and thinking, what can I do with these now? So
it's quite a clever design process.
Yeah, the way our brains work. Mine's just got no sort of structure to it, I don't think. Right, so again, I've just anchored that around the sort of ring shank there, and then you just can hand twist it exactly the same way as we did initially. You have to be a bit careful with this because you've got 2 different gauges of wire. What can happen is you can end up doing this. Okay.
I was actually just thinking that.
Yes,
but
if I hold
that's
that
not
up,
the effect you want, is it?
it's not the effect you want. So if I just let you see on that camera, you'll see it better. So see how you'll end up kind of doing that. One, it won't have a it won't look very neat, but it will kind of just look like you're wrapping that around.
Yeah.
What you want to do is twist them together. So you actually want to make sure when you're doing this that you are doing exactly the same, and you're twisting them so they do twist together, and then the effect is a lot different. And I'm almost pulling it away from me as I twist it to really get that nice twist together, and you can see how that actually now looks like a nice twist. So you can twist that wire together.
I feel like I'm at Jack Rabbit Slims.
And then again, you've got the opportunity now to bring that straight across the centre there, and it's looking at it and thinking, right, where do I want that wire to go? Well, I want it to go there. Brilliant. So just need to twist it a little bit more, and then that's going to be able to then go. See, now because I've changed the way I've twisted it, it's changed the way the effect.
Yeah, I see that.
And it is noticeable. That's the one thing to be aware of when you're using these gauges of wire. It will become noticeable if you change it. Okay.
Well, tenuous link at best, but we are now going to give people the opportunity to own the wire twister tool. Well, we did promise you lots of tools in today's show, didn't we? And we've put together another bundle. So we've put the wire twister tool with the wire wrapping jig. This is good for creating those consistent.
It is very
shapes
good.
If you want to do findings or you want to do detailing, but as I say, in a uniformed way.
And keeping it consistent, keeping the shapes all the same. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Absolutely perfect for all of the wire workers out there. I mean, the wire twister tool is amazing, isn't it? Everybody loves that. You can use it to create larger gauges of wire, I suppose, can't you, by twisting them together?
Yeah, well, it's exactly what I did
just
there.
What you did
so,
by hand, but you can do it with your tool.
Yeah, and you could do that for these as well, because you are using 4 different pieces.
Of course, there you go. So you could actually, would that be a bit of a time saver potentially? Maybe,
probably not just for that tiny little piece, but
yeah.
you know, there's a lot of times when you do want twisted wire, you can do several different colours and twist them all together.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of scope.
Certainly the combination of the black and the silver that we're highlighting here would look amazing on the wire twister tool.
Yeah, and because you've got the different gauges, as I highlighted the issues when you're hand twisting it, if you were doing it on there, you wouldn't have that issue straight away. It'd be nice and consistent.
There you go. So if you wanted to create, if this led you into creating more of a suite and you wanted the same effect on a bracelet or a necklace design, torque necklace for example.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I would do a wrapped pendant, and then I would just twist probably about a good selection, probably about 3 or 4 pieces of the gold, the silver, sorry, and then 2 pieces of the black, and then you would get that flash of the black going through it.
I love that.
Yeah.
There you go. So both tools together here, bundled together. If you were to buy them individually, it'd be $14.40. But we're not going to stay there. Today we're going to give you a designer inspiration prize. We haven't let you down so far, have we? Oh, really? Much lower than I was expecting, yes. Should be $14.40, down to $6.95. I felt for sure it was going to be $9.95 as the saving. Told you he's not messing around today, giving everybody the opportunity to add these tools to their collection, but for the best value on the market, so it should be $14.40. We've taken it down to $6.95. That is amazing, isn't it? Oh, we've just created a bit of a queue on the free phone line, to say the least. If you do come through, don't panic. It's only about 20-30 seconds, so nothing to worry about, and you will be answered in the order in which you dial. Lots of people also placing that in your basket. Don't forget to check out. Should be $14.40 for those 2 individual tools, down to $6.95. That's better than half price. Amazing.
Okay, so basically now it's just a matter of you can see that this is really solid and secure anyway.
Creating a finish now.
It's just creating a finish and a balance. I mean, I did say I did it with one of the oval shapes just to show how you can change it a little bit. Yeah. Obviously, with the oval shapes, you don't have, and I wanted to do this because you have got the oval shapes in there, and you don't want to be restricted just to the teardrops. But when you are using the oval, obviously, with that you've got that sort of taper in where you can get a rugged anchor on it. With this, it's not so easy, but it's just a matter of being a little bit more secure along the bottom and just really making sure it's captured in and held in nice and securely, and it just can't escape really. And again, taking a chance opportunity, I've already twisted a wire across here, so what I'm going to do is stitch that and this together, you know, so it's just a matter of now that's really secured that in together. Perfect. And then you can pick your design up. So it's just about having a little look and seeing what you can do and experimenting with the shapes and the wires really,
Yeah,
and
sure.
each one's going to basically
different
create
effect
itself.
really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
you know, it's like thinking these two wires are matching now, so I could bring them, twist them, could even twist them with the 0.4
that, yeah.
if I wanted to, and just create that different look again of the different textures and thickness. So I just wanted to show you that one there. I'll go back to this one. I'm at that point now where you can see this is where using slightly longer wires is quite essential, that you do overestimate your wire as opposed to underestimate it, because then you'll find yourself a little bit not necessarily stuck, but you may have to change the design idea.
Sure.
It's just about thinking, right, I want to balance this out now. I've got these two wires here. I could simply just twist them and bring them across, or I've got the two silver wires here. Now I haven't got a lot on the silver wires, but I've probably got enough just to be able to create a little bit of detail, or I can hand coil this. And you can see that I haven't had to go too heavy around the shank, which is why I said you don't need to go up too many sizes on it.
Got you, yeah.
Because there's very minimal work really been done on across the actual shank itself, which is where you will end up changing the size. Okay, and again, so I've still got a little bit of my 0.4 wire here. It could just be a matter of, I can think, well, I'm just going to bring these two wires together, wrap them there so that they naturally sort of form that V, and then pick up that sort of same weave and just bring it along like that. And then it's just experimenting, thinking, right, I can place that across there and then bring that in here, you know, and that in there, and that really is pretty much it.
An organic finish.
When you want to cut the wires off, just gently wrap it around the shank there and just trim them.
Perfect.
And then obviously take your pliers, your chain nose pliers, take them there and just give them a little sort of, just literally rocking it, and it just gets any edges away.
Perfect, there you go. So that's all the techniques you need. Lots of people flying in for that last tool deal there. In fact, Kaylee, my friend from Lancashire, has just texted in. I hope your assessment went well today, Kaylee, and I will send you feedback on your book very soon. I asked to do some proofreading for one of our customers, so I will do that, I'm sorry. We're now going to bring you another tool. The bail making pliers. This is a really popular tool, isn't it, for wirework?
Definitely,
It's
yeah.
amazing. This is the 6 and 8.5 mil. Yes, losing the title, Ed. Well done. The bail making pliers there, and as soon as the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing the free phone number. Not that you were waiting for me to tell you that. People are flying in for these already. The bail making pliers, it allows you once again to create that consistency, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I've got a slightly different set of bail making pliers. Mine are the 6-step ones, but these are good because you've got all that one size, so you've got more if you want to make jump rings.
I was going to say, it allows you to make your own jump rings.
Yeah.
Chainmail artists,
Chainmail, brilliant. And also just like little mini gizmos as well. If you don't necessarily want to create like a whole length of it, you've got it perfectly there. But also if you want to create like a figure of 8 chain link, because they're slightly larger, you can just create a figure of 8 on that. And then you've got nice, and you can just link them together, hammer them, and then you could make your own jump rings and link them together with that, so you get a really nice,
So you can do
interesting
all
shape.
of that with this one tool. That's fantastic. Actually, you just alluding there, you know, sometimes if you don't cut enough wire, you leave yourself down a bit of a cul-de-sac, don't you? Remember a design that we had around about Christmas time when we did an inspiration show where we where you had not done quite enough wire, and so by creating a little gizmo coil, you could actually link the wires that you had into those just to extend the length for the neckline piece. So it's like a little bit of a cheat, but it works perfectly to create another feature in the design, doesn't it?
Yeah, because what you can do is kind of just make a little bit of a gizmo, a little stone, a little bit of a gizmo, a little stone. It's really good if you've got beading thread as well, so you can actually get any size gemstone through it. And then you still get that effect of you could just create a whole neck piece like that, so have all of that gizmo, and then you've got your little sections there.
Sections, yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, $6.95 again for these tools. Honestly, if you are like me and you spend your days off going to craft shops to assess prices of things, you can pay sort of £20–25 for pairs of pliers in some suppliers, can't you?
Yeah.
Because I'm really cool, that's why, guys. They said it's not really what you do on your days off.
I don't have days off.
Good answer, Laura.
I don't have days off.
I like that. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, you can pay well over £20 for pairs of pliers.
Yeah, you do.
$6.95, and we've just gone through about 10 different uses for these pliers as well, haven't we?
Definitely go in my toolbox.
Bail making pliers, the 6 and 8.5mm pliers there for just £6.95. That's an amazing opportunity. If you do want to add those to your order, if you've already got your order up and running as a result of any of the mandrill deals or the wire twister tool, the kit, of course, was a sell-out deal. Virtually everything we brought you so far has been selling out. £6.95, 1 P&P per day. You can't go wrong when we're bringing you tools for rock bottom prices like this. Add it to your order prices. We are now going to go to a quick break. Thank you so much for your demonstration. I had lots of fantastic feedback about your ring designs there, so that's great. We're going to continue with this theme right up until 5 p.m. We've got another kit to bring you. So coming up after the break, more amazing. Add it to your order prices. Don't go away. We'll be back in 2.
Join JewelleryMaker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much, much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
Today I've been on the beginner's wirework course with Louise and it's been absolutely fantastic. We started off with quite simple techniques in the morning and worked on throughout the day until we got to doing things like making rings, which is the first wire wrap ring I've made successfully so far, onto more difficult techniques like the pendant wrapping, which again is my first ever pendant wrapping. Louise is excellent, it's clear instruction. There's plenty of time for her to get around the small class to give you personal tuition and tell you where you may be going wrong or give you an idea of what you should do with your designs.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
The fastest way to shop with JewelleryMaker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
We all know having the right tools for the job is important, so we here at JewelleryMaker have designed a toolkit which includes all your essential pliers for jewellery making, including round nose and flat nose pliers, wire cutters, as well as a bead reamer, snips and tweezers. You've got everything you need for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Download the JewelleryMaker app today. You can watch our JewelleryMaker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the JewelleryMaker app today and boost your viewing experience.
Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. I was just eating a piece of chocolate cake in the break.
When can I eat mine?
So I was being naughty in the break. And right now we're about to bring you, well, the ultimate in luxury. 2 of the big 4 in one dynamic duo. And they are actually from the same gemstone family. They are actually the same gemstone in terms of their chemical composition, but one of them does have a different classification based on the colour tone. These are the beautiful gemstones of corundum, and we've got midnight blue sapphires and rich red rubies. What more could you ask for? Two of the sort of quintessential gemstones that we associate with luxury jewellery designs and that we always have associated with revered designs. 15 carats of your midnight blue sapphires. In the faceted rondelles, again, you've got that gorgeous lustre because of the depth of colour. 15 carats of ruby. Now, if you are to invest in this particular strand of ruby, you are joining a very elite group of gemstone collectors. Probably around about 90% of all rubies go through some sort of treatment, whether it is heat treatment or fissure filling, which is very, very common in the industry, even in the luxury gemstone industry. But these are 100% natural. And look at that depth of colour. Traditionally described as pigeon blood reds. Doesn't sound particularly romantic, but this is an industry term for that depth of colour. I mean, look at the way these are sparkling. Gorgeous lustre from the way they've been faceted, and of course from that natural colour tone that Mother Nature's provided us with. These beautiful rich red ruby reds. That's the only way to describe it, to be honest with you. And then you've got your midnight blue sapphires, very traditional colour tone. You know, I mean, I am a massive fan of, say, canary sapphires, for example, or paparazzi coloured sapphires. But I think most people, if they're interested in luxury jewellery, will associate those gemstones with that colour tone. When you think of sapphires, you think of that rich blue tone, don't you? This is one of the most luxurious duos that I think I've ever brought you. The same gemstone, essentially. They're both varieties of corundum. Ruby is a colour classification. It's essentially a red sapphire. But we do call it ruby when you're getting this depth of colour, don't we? Look at that. I mean, actually, once again, the studio lighting not really doing it justice. Actually, that's a little bit better now against... Look at that. I mean, they are just coming to life, aren't they? I mean, that is exactly what you expect to see from rubies. Now, these are normally sort of $34.95 per strand. Is that correct? On average, they certainly are, because it's $69.90. That's the price point you normally pay. I've already got interest on this. That is not a designer inspiration price today. Now, if I was to say we are going to take £10 off the price, I imagine this would be a sell-out deal. I'm not going to say that. We're going to take £20 off the price. $49.90. So it should be $34.95 per strand. Take it down to $24.95 per strand. An incredible saving. Limited edition bundle, of course, because to find rubies, natural rubies of this quality, is already going to be very, very difficult. As I say, you're probably looking at maybe about 5 to 7% of the market being able to offer you natural rubies. And when we see natural rubies here at JewelleryMaker, more often than not, we have that more organic quality to them, don't we? We see more of the purple hues. We almost occasionally we have that kind of chatoyancy or opaqueness to the gemstones. Do you know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
But to see them in the faceted rondelles natural, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, faceted's always my favourite because the sparkle is just amazing, and it just catches your eye, doesn't it? It just draws you to it.
I think these are the kind of strands that Fleur would describe as gemstones that pay for themselves.
Yeah, they definitely would. And again, tiny little bit of high-end metal if you want to. And that's it. I mean, you only have to make a little tiny pair of earrings and that's it. You've got your money back, haven't you?
Absolutely. Well, especially... Really? Hold on a second. Okay. I'll tell you what. Phil's not superstitious about Friday the 13th, is he? No mucking about. Look what we just did. That's buy one, get one for £5. 15 carats of natural ruby for £5, essentially, as part of this deal. He said £4.95 actually. Philip Ivor. What on earth do you think you're doing? I've middle named you.
I think for me,
Just put £30 back in your pocket.
exactly, and I think just to have that in your stash is brilliant, because if someone says, oh, you know, I don't suppose you've got anything, I want something a bit special for my partner or a friend or my mum, I'd love a little bit of sapphire. It's just something subtle, and you can say, yeah, actually I do have that, let me show you, and you've got such a lovely high quality.
Personal commissions, I mean, this is going to set you apart from other designers that show that you can source elite gemstones.
Yeah.
Essentially jewellery quality because of the colour tone, because of the sparkle that you get from the faceting, like you just said, and
you know,
nobody needs to know that you've paid a wholesale price. That should have been $69.90. You've gone down to $39.90.
See, for me, I would do a high end. I would probably do sterling silver wire, and I would probably have a nice high end gemstone. I just invested in those Praserite, green amethyst, the concave cut.
I know the ones.
I've got them in the citrine as well, so now I have them in the green amethyst. I would probably set something like that in sterling, and then just have one or two of those stones, and that's all you would need. And then you would be able to say you've got a sterling silver piece with, you know, sapphire, ruby, and whatever stone you've decided to set it in, and you would more than get your money back on that one piece.
Oh yeah. I mean, Jan, we know Jan's watching because of course she's bought you your hammers.
Thank you, Jan.
But these are the kind of items, I suppose, that she might sort of accent with the pearls for her
just
designs.
space it in between. That's all you would need to do. Sterling silver clasp, or one of the gold-plated sterling silver clasps, and you've got like you say, you've got a high-end piece there straight away, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm going to have to just come clean with everybody. I've got 7 or 8 people with this in their basket. I've only got 5 of the bundle remaining in stock now, so it's really fastest finger first, really. The first 5 people to check out their baskets will be successful. Until you do so, phone buyers, you can still come through to grab that £30 saving on sapphires and rubies. That is remarkable. What was that? Oh my goodness. I don't even think I can say all of those. What he's just saying. What is it? Absolutely fabulous. Oh, sorry. I knew I was going to get it wrong. Absolutely cabulous.
Oh, I quite like yours. Absolutely fabulous.
Absolutely fabulous.
I quite like that.
He said he's done that for the next show. I love Phil. He's hilarious. Absolutely cabulous. Here we go. Wow is all I can say about these particular cabochons. Because you've got this gorgeous peacock shell pearl. These are 30mm shell pearl cabochons, and you've got the silver cabochons here as well. So you've got 3 of the peacock cabochons, 3 of the silver cabochons. Oh, you're talking about Percy, Tom. He's friends. My son loves him. Right, there's a pub just down the road. It's got a riverside pub garden. They've got a peacock that mills around in there.
Oh, that's cool.
My son loves this peacock. He's called Percy for obvious reasons. My dog doesn't love Percy, and Percy doesn't like my dog.
Yeah.
He chased him over the river. The peacock jumped over the river. He weren't being aggressive to Hooper, I tell you. We left after that. I was like, oh no.
Quick exit.
Hooper got off the lead and just chased the peacock across the river. Anywho, the reason we divulge into the fact that we all get to see a peacock very sort of regularly is just because of the colour tones that we're seeing on this particular cabochon. Those gorgeous, the kind of swirl of colour between the blues and the greens and the purple tones, almost like oil on water kind of effect there. Absolutely exquisite. Very, very consistent, considering you've got such a large surface area, and that's the beauty of the shell pearl, isn't it? Because of the natural nacre that you get in the mineral, it offers you this beautiful effect, that play of light, very, very similar to natural pearlescence, of course. Then you've got your silver cabochon, so you've got that metallic tone. Actually, together, they look very, very effective, don't they? We've seen some beautiful designs recently, actually. I'm going to grab them, actually. Is that all right? I'm going to just jump off here. I'm going to grab these two designs. Sorry, I'm going to get in trouble for my director now. Actually, it's not Bruce in there anymore. Tom's a more relaxed character. He's not going to tell me off. I do what Bruce says, you see. It's a scary man. So I was just thinking of Rachel's designs here, and you could make more of a focal point of the flower itself and set one of the peacock pearls.
Yeah, because you're using a larger stone there, aren't you?
Yeah, that would look gorgeous, wouldn't it, there? And you could use different colour tones of your wire, of course, as well. Purple wire, for example, would look really beautiful with that. Even the black and silver.
I love that. That's my favourite type. That's my favourite type of actual pearl as well. That sort of peacock colour, because it just looks like oil. It's just beautiful.
It's almost reminiscent of a kind of Tahitian pearl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or South Sea, you know, the black pearls. That kind
you know what it would go lovely with? Copper.
Do you like using copper?
I know. You know, a bit harsh. I don't know.
Should have been $17.90. Just took it down to $9.95 for 6 of your large cabochons. Amazing! The best value you're ever likely to see in your peacock shell pearl cabochons with your silver cabochons. You get all 6 for $9.95. So another added to your order price. For soutache designers, wire workers, absolutely incredible. $9.95 for your shell pearl cabochons. Love that. I don't think I've ever brought you the peacock shell pearl before this evening. I don't think so. I've only ever brought the gold and the coffee and the silver.
The mocha.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, gorgeous colour tone there in the peacock shell pearl. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you. They're flying out the door. We're going to get as many deals as we can into today's show. Where are we going to next? He never lets us down. Life on Stars. Right, 10mm stars in your black agate and your snowflake obsidian. So again, you've got that depth of colour, you've got that lustre. Only with the obsidian, you've got these beautiful silver inclusions, which are, in fact, sort of fossilised ash. Obsidian forms from slow cooling lava. What happens is the actual kind of ash cloud that comes down in the volcanic eruption will settle into the lava, and it's fossilised on the surface of the obsidian. That's why you get those little flecks of silver on top of the gemstone. A little snapshot of what's been happening when Mother Nature is at her most intense with a volcanic eruption. So these are 10mm in size, and I think once again the gemstones are going to do a lot of the work for you here, aren't they? Because of that shape, that kind of iconic shape, has those mystical associations with the stars. So if you're thinking about charms or earring designs, I suppose these are a little bit too delicate for ring designs. Maybe not for
they'd be fine for a ring.
Would they be okay?
Yeah, and I think I had a strand of those for a late show, and they were my favourite strand out of all the strands I got given. I actually put three of them together, and it kind of set a shooting star type of pendant.
Yeah, that'd be gorgeous.
You know, pair of earrings, a little ring, just tons you can do with them.
There's not a lot of jewellery out there, you see, for youngsters as well. You think stars would be good for kind of teenage girls, for example? Yes, very true.
Because, you know, you're sure you have the same problem having, like, you've got one of each sort of thing. I know that my daughter loves everything, but it's harder for my son because it's not so much that's like boyish kind of jewellery, but that you could do him a little pendant or a little ring or something and he'll feel included.
My son has stolen my paracord bracelet. He's taken it off me. Normally you'd pay $14.90 for this particular bundle. That's not going to be the price point today. We're going to take it down to a wholesale price point, 2 strands for $9.95. Once again, £4.98 per strand today. And again, you've got a huge number of gemstones on the strands themselves, over 80 carats on both strands. So, I mean, even if you did want to just look at the kind of profitability of these and just turn them into pairs of earrings, what we're going to look at, even let's say, it's a regional craft fair in your village hall, it's the lunchtime lull, And you're taking your earring designs down to, say, £3 a pair. You've decided you want to cover the cost of your store. So that's 3, 6, 9. So you can make profit off this many gemstones, even at £3 a pair, because we know some people are a bit standoffish about some of the larger price points we discuss on the show. That's going to cover the cost of the bundle and then some. You've got all of these and a whole other strand. Oh, I can't even pick them all up, there's so many. £9.95. Amazing deal. Oh, how apt. We're going to move on now to amazing Amazonite. So you've got 3 strands of... What? Oh, right, yeah. Actually, that looked quite good together, didn't it?
That looks good together, but I was thinking if you added some of the little stars in with that,
ooh,
you could make, because Mark does those kind of layers when they like sort of almost twisted together neck pieces, so it's all twisted here, several layers of the chips just like that, yeah, and then just dot in the little stars as you go around. I think that looks really cool.
That looks amazing. So, oh yeah, I like that, Laura. Good idea.
Cool, isn't
yeah,
it?
fantastic. So if you just grab those stars, you definitely want to get on the phone lines as quickly as possible for this one. It's a low stock opportunity on the Amazonite. These are the perfect colour tones for the spring designs that are coming up very, very soon. Spring's getting a march on us. Thought you'd like that one, Phil. Did you not hear my amazing joke then? Never mind. I won't bother.
I got it.
Thanks. Thanks, Laura. At least someone's listening to me. Already less than £4 per strand here. So you 3 strands of Amazonite, but 2 of them are over 80 centimetres in length. It's more like getting 5 strands of Amazonite based on the length of the strands, isn't it? Whoa! For £8.95. That's incredible value. I mean, again, if you wanted to create sort of the memory wire bangles that Mark creates, all you need, what? A handful of white pearls with those for the spring. That'd look amazing, don't you think?
That's one of my favourite colours. Again, if you got, I know I'll go back to it, but the lemon quartz would go beautifully with that. Those
Nice,
like fresh kind of colours would really sort of help zest it up a little bit.
Or the faceted black agates that we had as well, the 10mm faceted black agates. Maybe not in that kind of design, but the black and the pastel green.
But then in that case, what you could do is just have like almost like a neck piece. So you'd have like the black agates here, or the hearts even here, and then just have little dots of the Amazonite, and then just have the rest of it just Amazonite. So again, it's simple. It's just kind of in effect re-threading, but it's got an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great here to get the 2 variations of the colour tones that we associate with the gemstone as well, isn't it? Because you've got the Indian Amazonite, and then you've got the Peruvian Amazonite here that has that more kind of like a tropical green as opposed to a pastel green, I suppose. Is that people go along with that?
It's nearly turquoisey. You could almost confuse that for turquoise.
Yeah, I suppose the only thing it's missing is the kind of natural
Matrix
banding,
kind of thing.
the matrix that we associate with the turquoise, but certainly the colour tones there.
Yeah.
It's a really popular colour tone,
Yeah,
isn't
it's slightly mintier than a turquoise, but
Yes.
it's got that sort of tendency, hasn't
it?
it?
Absolutely, yeah. Great with a jet black. I can't see past the jet black tones now. Maybe it's you've corrupted
My
me
fault
with
for
your
giving you the
star
stars,
design.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's
Sorry.
what it is. Okay, they're flying out the door. We only had a limited number available, so act as quickly as possible. If you've got that in your basket, you need to take advantage as quickly as possible. We've got to move on. I think Phil's just excited about the name of his bundles. Magnesite PI.
Oh dear.
Gone for a bit of a detective theme, haven't you, really? Life on Stars. Magnesite PI. Where was that one? Is that... Oh, yeah. Oh, the clear quartz was called Inspector Quartz. on your own face, mate, and that's what matters. You've got a theme going, so why not? Yeah, run with it.
You go with that.
You own it, mate. You own it. Okay, so these are fantastic. I'm thinking half term next week, Laura.
Yeah.
Grab
Happy
them for
children.
those designs. Maybe get your youngsters involved with a bit of jewellery making, because the vibrancy of the colours is going to suit those kind of designs so perfectly. Maybe you grabbed the friendship bracelet DVD yesterday morning for the half-term period. These would be the perfect gemstones to integrate into those designs.
Yeah,
wouldn't
they would actually. They'd be great fun. I know that my kids would absolutely love it. But going down a more sort of serious route, you could take out the colour tones. When you see colours mixed together, they make you think of children, because you think of all those colours multicoloured and everything else. You're after.
Pair of snips.
You just have those.
Thank you.
I need them back.
Are they your flush cutting?
Yeah, they're my flush cutters.
Everybody's favourite gemstone.
But
gemstone too.
and again, like I said, you see them all together and you automatically think, oh, bright, colourful children. But when you put them into colours, so if you take all your purples out and put the purples together, put the greens together, you actually get a different colour palette altogether.
We'll soon find out.
Is that what you're doing?
I just thought, what a fantastic idea, because you get, actually, do you know what? This actually has a similar banding to what you see on turquoise, doesn't it, on the magnesite?
A lot of the time that is, it's the magnesite or howlite that gets mistaken for turquoise, isn't it? Because it is sort of an imitation version of it. But I think, see how it changes all of a sudden?
Do you know what? This would be a right treat for Mark on his birthday, wouldn't it? Doing this?
Yeah, that's my idea of hell, but you know, you enjoy that.
Oh, me, you and Mark were talking about this, weren't we?
Yeah.
Sort of different personalities.
Yeah, Mark,
last
bless
week.
him, is all sort of organised, knows what he's wearing the next day. Everything's all sort of set out. I just get up and
Same as
think,
me.
right, I've got everything. What should I wear? Oh no, that needs ironing. I'll change it. Yeah,
I had
complete
my
opposite.
shirt in my bag for today. Yet last night, Laura, already ironed.
But can you see how it changes? And then
Absolutely.
if you'd cut the larger ones as well and then put the focal with each one, you've got a cuff bracelet there option. You know, you can see where you can start to put colours together to sort of work as a set.
Actually, I'm with Mark. This is really fun.
No.
Right, so now that I've colour graduated out, so actually as well, you can see how many gemstones you would get as well. I mean, I haven't done the whole lot, but...
And then if you want my...
Thanks. Price is already on screen. It's just $6.95 for these huge carat weights. Okay, so on the big puffy coins, I've got over 500 carats here.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Laura. Here we go. I could do this all day. I'm having loads of fun here.
They're also
Actually,
quite-
do you know what? I could give my 3-year-old son this to do, and he would be in his element. He loves
Yeah.
colours at the moment.
Exactly. And you can get a real sort of vibrant piece of jewellery, you know. I know that Gemma wears the orange colour. She loves the bright orange colours, and she wears them really well because it just suits her skin tone. Whereas for me, it's a little bit harsh, but I would go for the greens or the sort of more purpley kind of colour.
Right.
So I think there's a bit of something for everybody. And if you taught, or if you wanted to do get a gathering of a group of people together, you could put little bundles together out of that, because you're doing little colourways there, aren't you?
I could, because I'm killing it. I could do this all day. I'm loving this. Yes. You like that? You like what I've done here?
I like the
Floor
red.
manager's going to love me.
Should have had that as my challenge, shouldn't I?
I could have carried on. I've still got about a third of the strand of both of them now.
See, I would go for the red, and then you got the turquoisey colour as well, and then I would
Wow.
probably have the green. That would be my colourway for me. And then my mum would have the purple, my daughter would have the pink, my son would have the green.
Perfect.
Everybody's happy.
Okay, they're flying out the door, as you'd imagine, at that kind of price point. Cassie's just coming. She's going to tell me off for that, aren't you?
She hasn't
Chopped
seen.
up the strands. Okay. Oh, now I'm dropping them. Okay, I'm going to go and get in trouble. From floor manager Cassandra, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to launch our second kit of the day, and I would probably say you need to get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. I'm expecting the kit to be another sellout deal. We'll be back in 2.
Come and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Join Debbie Bolford to build your own colour palette out of polymer clay and create a signature blend to make your own design stand out from the crowd. During the workshop, you will complete your own colour chart to give you a recipe card for all your future creations. This workshop is perfect for all lovers of polymer clay. This course includes a selection of clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, meet the presenters, and a visit to the Gemporia Museum. All of this for just £64.95, and for more information, contact the call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you. Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page, where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is our cocktail ring spectacular with the very talented Laura Binding. You all right over there, Laura?
Yeah, I'm great fun.
Oh, yes. You're just having a little convention with the producer, weren't you? What are you two cooking up?
We're talking about some cool tools.
Oh, talking about tools are cool, huh? We've already brought you a massive selection of tools so far this afternoon. They have been flying out the door, and at the prices that we bring you here at JewelleryMaker, I'm not really surprised. I have to say, probably the most successful kit that Phil and I have ever brought you together. We've already launched this afternoon, and I'm expecting this one to be equally as popular, because once again, very, very coherent combination. And once again, huge carat weight of your cabochons. Now here you've got, once again, over 700 carats of gemstones within the cabochon collection. This time it's bloodstone. Now bloodstone traditionally is known as heliotrope. And this gemstone has been used throughout the ages as a gemstone that would be associated with ring designs, often being carved into signet rings. This is actually the traditional birthstone for March. Oh. So before the GIA met in the 1950s to decide what, gemstones would be for birthstones, because that only happened in around 1912, and then it was reassessed in 1950 or something, and they decided aquamarine would be March's birthstone. But traditionally, if you go back sort of centuries and centuries, it was always bloodstone that was associated with March's birthstones. If you wanted to create a cocktail ring design as a birthday gift for a March baby, this is the gemstone to use. This is the gemstone of choice, and quite dense. It's always been used for carvings, and as a result has often been set into ring design. So it's the perfect gemstone to associate with our cocktail ring pieces. Also, we can offer you these huge carat weights, over 700 carats in total. Vary in the sizes and the shapes on this collection. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 on this selection. You might find you get 12, you might find you get 20. It will vary depending on the carat weight of each individual gemstone. But you're going to get 735 carats. In fact, Fran has just sits in to say, I got some heliotrope from the Late Show a few weeks ago. It's lovely and really unusual. Yeah, I would agree with that. Have a look at the banding that you've got on. I'll just pick 2 at random and see how varied they are in terms of the banding you get there. That looks like almost like leopard print or something, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Very earthy colour tones here. They kind of range from forest greens to burgundy, golden tones as well. So really earthy colours.
I've got some amazing banding on mine. I've just got like little forest scenes.
Oh, look at that.
I just think they're amazing. And I love the shapes that you can get as well. I found that these were a little bit more organic in their shapes, and I had quite a few that were like fan shaped and
I'm definitely noticing
slightly
that here.
off triangular sort of shape, which I think is just, like you say, lends itself perfectly for the
Like
cocktail ring, the statement ring.
Yeah,
I love them.
that I've got. It's really interesting, isn't it? The onyx were a little bit more traditional, weren't they? And the ovals and the teardrops.
Yeah, but these, I just love the shapes of them, and look at the colour on it. I just think it's gorgeous.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really interesting. And so that makes it great for ring designs because there's lots to draw the eye into. When you are relying on one individual gemstone to be the focal point, to be the feature. And here, as I say, you've got that depth of colour, those rich forest greens, those burgundy tones, the perfect accents in the form of your jet black and your ruby red gemstones. Black agate and red quartz. You've got 40 carats of each. In the red, sort of the red quartz, which is very reminiscent of the colour tone we saw in the ruby, isn't it? These are plain rounds. In the jet black agate, you've got the faceting there as well, so it brings out that lustre. Fantastic. So it's nice to have that variation between the polished round and the faceted round as well. In fact, there you go. You can see that. It's a great effect. Actually, they look beautiful together. Red and black, very common combination, quite a dramatic and complementary combination. And we did also touch on the fact that you've got those golden hues coming through in the banding. That can be mirrored once again in the wire that we're going to bring you in this kit. So we've got 50 metres of your 0.8, 10 metres of your 1 mil, 10 metres of your 0.4, 10 metres of your 0.6. Wow. So that works out at 80 metres of gold wire, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1 mil. The 50 metres of the 0.8, that's the perfect gauge for everything, isn't it,
Yeah,
Lauren?
for rings it is.
We discuss that regularly, how perfect 0.8 mil is for your ring design. So everything here, if you were to buy it individually, would be $53.65. And you can see there's quite a lot going on with this particular collection of items. There you go. There's everything you want to see. And we are going to give you another huge reduction today. In fact, we're going to put a crisp £20 back in your pocket. And considering you've got over 700 carats of heliotrope, those beautiful bloodstone cabochons. You've got the ultimate accent gemstones, 40 carats of your red quartz, 40 carats of your faceted black agate, and then you've got 80 metres of your gold wire. Now this is one of our most popular colour tones of wire for obvious reasons, because it has those traditional connotations with luxury and opulence, decadence if you like, with that golden tone. 50 metres of 0.8, 10 metres of 0.4, 10 metres of 0.6, 10 metres of your 1 mil as well. So you've got all of the wire you need for your structural work, your weaving and your detailing, all in this one collection of gold wire. Should be $53.65. We've taken it down to $33.65 for you this afternoon, but only for the limited number that are available in stock. Now, we saw how quickly our previous kit flew out the door. It was sell out before we even got onto the demonstration, and this is proven to be equally as popular at this price point, probably based on that huge collection of gold wire and that beautiful bloodstone collection of cabochons. Amazing. So here we are on the Designer Inspiration Show. My name's Ed. This is the wonderful Laura Binding, and we'll have a look now at your selection of cocktail rings that you have put together. Did you find this quite inspirational kit, Laura?
Yeah, this again, I want to try and do something a little bit different from the black onyx. I wanted to do something where you feature the smaller gemstones a little bit more. I just think they were beautiful. I love the shapes of those stones, and you can see I've kind of gone for the sort of more triangular, sort of fan-shaped ones. I just thought it was great. It was great fun.
It's got that kind of harlequin combination of the reds and blacks. Looks really beautiful, doesn't it?
With the gold, it looks beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, I like that one. Almost berry-like feel, because you've got the polished rounds on the red and the faceted finish on the black eggs. I love that. Lots of people flying in for this one. If you want to add this to your order, you do need to act with a little bit of urgency. Most of the items we've brought you so far have been sell-out deals. We've just brought you a £20 saving on this particular kit, so it should be $53.65 down to $33.65. And which of our designs are we now going to demonstrate then?
Well, on this one, because we've already done a cabochon set one, I wanted to do something a little bit different, because obviously you can kind of do similar to what we've done in the previous inspiration, but also again it's just having a play about with those wires. So you've got the 1 mil wire, so you've got a bit more sort of strength to your pieces.
Right.
So for this one, I thought I'd focus on a couple of different ones really, with the smaller gemstones. So yeah, like the spiral one. There's two spiral ones. One's just a build up of the first one, and the sort of woven one, which isn't really on the one on. Nope, it's not on a. There you go, that little one there.
The one with all the weaving. That'll be, well done, Ed.
That one. Just because I quite like that one. It's not necessarily a big cocktail statement ring, but it's still a statement ring. Everybody has a different interpretation of.
It's a feature, isn't it?
Yeah.
A feature ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I thought we would do first of all is just a little bit of fun and have a go at doing the sort of the spiraled one.
Okay.
Again, there's two versions of it, but yeah, we'll go for that one because that's like the bigger version.
That's the larger. That's the more cocktail
Yeah.
style, traditional cocktail.
All
style.
it is a carry-on. The smaller one is just a carry-on of that one, and then we'll do the woven one.
Amazing.
That's okay.
I'll just apologise now for having my drink, but I'm a bit poorly, so I'm having my I don't know.
Medicine drink.
My paracetamol drink.
Your medicinal drink.
Yes.
And again, I just wanted to say quickly, this is how much stuff I've got left, and that's.
Wow. So you made one, two,
You
three,
can't even
four,
see it.
five,
Oops.
6, 7 ring designs, and you've still got the majority of the items. Wow, look at the.
I know. I've
that.
kept them. They're amazing.
Look at that.
It's just like a piece of the forest, isn't it?
It is, isn't
You
it?
could have made that out of polymer clay because it's just.
That's right, actually. It doesn't look like a cane, doesn't it?
Yes,
That's amazing.
so
all that wire left.
So I've got all this wire, and I've still got, like you say, I mean, I don't know how many you have, but I've still got tons of the cabochons. Just it's just.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 cabochons
And
still
I've
remaining.
used 3, so yeah, I had
used
about
3, so you
18,
had
and
about
they're
18
sizable.
roughly.
They're gorgeous.
So, this might be a really stupid question, but how many rings would you estimate you could actually make then? Because 7 out of what? Say a third of the kit,
Yeah, if that. You could just keep going.
So you could probably make about 25 rings, realistically.
Yeah, realistically. I mean, the only thing you might need to top up on is the 0.4.
Right, okay.
You can see I've just, but then even then I've got some ready for a stage prep, so that's still been taking that into account.
Okay.
But yeah, you might just need a little bit more of the 0.4 wire, but certainly structurally wise, you've got a lot of.
Could you use 0.6 for the
Not
work?
really,
No.
not for the weaving.
Okay.
I have used 0.6 for the one on the very end, the sort of more sort of burst-like one. I've used 0.6 for that one to create that cluster effect, but not if you were weaving. It's just it's harder work for you, and it's not as forgiving. And when you've only got it, just pulls all the wires about.
Okay, it's fair enough.
So sorry, I was asked that.
Obvious if you know.
Answer the honest question. So yes, we're going to do this one first, which is just a little bit of fun. You've got all of this 0.8 wire.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is take quite
50 metres of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can.
Which is brilliant. You've got this is. I've often said this, but this is brilliant for your links, for your findings, making anything really. If you have your 0.8 wire, you don't really even need findings. You can create
Make them all
pretty much everything.
Yeah.
So I've got probably about a metre just under. Okay, and what I might even want, I'm going to go a little bit more. I'll use that later. Just going to go a little bit more.
We don't waste anything, do we, when we're crafting?
No, what I would do is I would just put that back around the spool then, and then I've got it for another ring later on.
Sure.
The reason I want more is because you use this to then go around the stones after. So that ring is made completely from this one piece of wire. So there's no additional pieces of wire added to it. But you need to make sure you've got enough wire to be able to go all the way around it. Okay. And again, you don't have to go alternate colours. I just put them both together because I thought it was quite cool, but you could do this all in one colourway if you wanted to. Okay, so ring mandrel, hiding. With this one, I'm going to go about 2 sizes larger than the size that I need. Okay, so I'm just found the centre of the wire, and I'm just putting the centre just at the size, the slightly larger size. And then what I'm going to do is just wrap the top wire all the way around, bring it to the front, and then do the same with the bottom wire. Okay, so what you have on the back is 3 wires sat nice and next to each other. And if you turn it around to the front, you'll have 4 wires, 2 in the middle and 2 on the outside going in opposite directions. And at no point do any of these wires cross. Okay, a lot of the time what happens when people are sizing their rings and they lose their sizing is they'll do this and then they'll loosen their sort of grip on the ring, and it springs out and drops down a little bit, but you don't realise.
Yeah.
So you then continue, but you've already gone down size. That's why that would be why it would be a little bit larger sometimes than what you were aiming for.
Makes sense actually, yeah.
Because it kind of springs back out.
Yeah.
So you just take it back to the size that you want, pull these wires, and then you know it's exactly where you want it to be.
Cool, okay. That's a top tip really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
something people wouldn't notice that they're doing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's when we do a ring in our wirework course in intermediate, and a lot of the time it's the first thing that people say, they didn't realise that they do that.
Yeah.
Because you just don't realise, you just loosen your grip and it springs down.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is just holding it with my thumb, and I'm just pulling the bottom wire towards me, and then the top wire. So basically, to show it like that, they're going in their natural direction. And put my thumb there just to hold them in place. I'm just bringing the wire around, so you can see that there. I just want to kind of lock them into a loose spiral effect. That's better. Okay. You don't want it to do it too large. Okay. Okay, so if I show you just like that, you've got a little tiny spiral, and all that's done is it's not locked properly, but that's secure enough for now for us to start adding the beads on. The reason I haven't locked it is because we don't really need to. That's held the wires together. Okay. It's keeping it quite flush, and it's part of the design. Now what happens is when we add the beads on, we're going to wrap them around the shank anyway, and that's going to do the sort of binding together for us. We won't need to wrap the sides of them. We won't need to sort of make shoulders out of the wire.
Got you.
Okay, because then that will bring these wires together as well, which obviously is springing open. Does that to me every time. So what I'm going to do now is just take one of my wires and thread on one set of colours. So sorry, this isn't the most interesting of things to watch me do. There's no quick way of doing this. 3. So I think I went for 7. Again, it's just sharp. It's just a matter of having a look at how it sits, really.
Sure.
So either go for 5 or 7.
I will just say that we've currently put the square bezel mandrel on screen. This is what we launched earlier on today's show. If everyone was to check out their baskets, they'd have single figures of availability remaining in stock on that particular tool. So if you've got it in your basket, start checking out. If you want to grab one of those today for just $6.95, get involved as quickly as possible, otherwise you are running the risk of missing out on that particular tool.
And I'm going to show you how to use it in a minute.
And we're going to even use it in this design. There you go.
So all I'm doing is just bringing this wire around so that it's sitting nicely. Place the wires on. What I want is it to sort of, you can move them around out of the way. I just want it to sit nicely over that centre. Okay, so I've just put 5 on because that's just fine for the first one. And then I'm just going to feed the wire through the ring shank round once, and then place it back there, and then that's helps secure the side. And make sure you, if you notice, I'm putting my finger through the ring shank itself, so that's going to stop the ring from going out of shape and deforming. It's not such a problem if it loses its round shape. The problem comes when you hold it like this. If you see how I'm holding it like that, see what it's doing to the ring shank?
Yeah, so you're starting to taper it, aren't you?
Yeah, and then that's when you get that sort of flattened ring shank. If you can just get into the habit of doing that, that will stay sitting
nice.
nice.
Keeps the curvature.
Yeah.
Got you.
But what you can do is take your pliers and go over the piece like this, and that will just bring them back as they should be. So that's the first side. So then we've got the other wire here, and then again we're just going to very, very quickly thread on 5 of these. So however many you do equal, even though they're slightly different sizes on the stones, it just kind of balances out anyway. Ooh, that happens, just don't worry about it. Sticky mats are great for when you're working with this.
Oh yeah, sticky mats are really popular, aren't they?
The reason this is happening is because there's a very slight bend in my wire just at the top here, and that's a stopping, only very slight.
A little kink,
A
yeah.
little kink. It's not even really very visible. If I do it like that, you can just see it.
I can see it because I'm looking down on it.
Yeah, and that's stopping, just making it a little bit tricky for the stones to go down. So just try and keep that nice and straight.
Move it out, yeah.
3, 4, so just pop one more on. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is just, again with this piece here, is just kind of mirror it over to that side. There you go, see? So then wrap on that side, wrap it around once, and bring it over. So this is how, basically, this is that first one done. So there's a one that's slightly smaller. I think I've just hugged it in a little bit more, but there's the one just over there, you'll see there.
This one?
Yeah, that's just, I mean, I've made that a little bit tighter in, but you can get the idea. That's exactly how this is done. Just the stones have been fed really close and then just pulled in nice and close to it.
Makes sense.
Okay, but to take it up another level, all we're going to do is add another layer of stones. And again, you can do this, I did this alternate, so it kind of went red, black. And you need to add a couple more on than you did on the first time.
Okay.
Do you want to do that while I thread these stones on, because this isn't the most exciting?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's bring you the next deal. That's a great point that Laura makes, because this is just literally
yeah,
beading.
I'm just threading on the beads, and there's no quick way.
So we're now going to bring you this deal. Is that correct, Producer Phil? Yep. So bringing you the spool tamers. I think you get 3 individual spool tamers in this
I've never
pack.
managed to been able to get any.
Oh no, your mum won't be home yet either, no? Oh no, you might miss out on this deal. It's limited in availability. It's fantastic, isn't it? For well, I've seen basically how messy a spool of wire can get. I can probably show you. Hold on. Yes, it's about right. That's not even too bad, actually.
That's not messy.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty good. I'll show you messy.
Right, you show us some messy stuff.
Got secret drawers that people don't know about. Yeah.
Actually, do you know what? Our floor manager's so fantastic. These are all pretty tidy.
Yeah, this is our little secret ones here.
Oh, here we go.
Not too bad. Well.
Spools of wire get very messy, let me assure you. I've seen them.
It's the finer ones, really, more than anything, that get really messy. But these are just not really helping us out. That's not brilliant. That's a.
There you go. That's what we're talking about. This is the kind of mess you can get yourself into.
I didn't do that.
No, don't start trying to get out of it now, Binding.
I didn't.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So yeah, this is the kind of problem you might find with your spools of wire. It tends to be the finer gauges that have that problem. You're smashing the place up now.
Pretty much.
For sake. But you've got 3 of your spool tamers in this. This is the bead-along variety, so you know they're the Rolls-Royce of tool suppliers, aren't they, within the JewelleryMaker mod. You also get a spool of wire as well. You get 50 metres of 1mm gold wire and your spool tamer for $14.95. It should have been over £20. That's amazing. 50 metres of 1mm golden wire. How much would that normally be? And then you've got the bead-along spool tamer as well. You get 3 of those. Fantastic. $14.95. That's another added to your order price point, isn't it? People flying in for this one. Wire workers must have tool and must have gauge of wire And 50-metre lengths as well. You're going to get through a lot of 1mm wire, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is like you say, that's that final addition to this kit really, because we get 10 metres with this kit of the 1mm.
Yeah.
And as I've often said to you, my favourite gauges would be a 1mm, a 0.8
and a 0.4.
and a 0.4.
Yeah.
So
I was worried I was going to jump in there and
get
get it wrong.
there,
Yeah, but you did say
yeah.
1.8, 0.4. They're the three. They're the holy trinity of wire work.
Yeah, although I'm becoming very, very good friends with 0.25 as well again.
Oh,
now.
really?
It works really well with the 0.8 wire.
Is that for sort of very fine weaving?
Yeah, it gives that more sort of intricate look, and maybe you can use it with your 0.8 wire and create that more sort of intricate look, but your wire's more malleable. Whereas if you're using a 0.8 and a 0.4, you're creating that more textural kind of chunkier look, and I tend to use that with the chunkier gemstones.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Perfect. Okay. So here you've got your 1mm. This is perfect for all of the structural work, of course, isn't it? And then you've got your little spool tamers as well. $14.95, should be over £20. Lots of people flying in for that one. If you've got it in your basket, you know what to do. I'm going to move on, in fact, because we're going to give you another deal. We're going to bring you the 0.6 bundle.
Nice.
Can I just say, this is one of the reasons I asked you whether you could use the 0.6, only because I knew this deal was coming up, and I know that the value we're about to offer you on this deal is so ridiculous, Laura. It's going to be a sellout deal. So that's the only reason I asked you about that question, actually. You've got the kind of sapphire blue, the baby pink, and the gold. 3 gorgeous colour tones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like them. 10 metres of each, 0.6mm. Again, you know, I don't know why I worry about the prices, because presumably the management have already approved these. Is that right, Phil? He said, well,
Available.
$6.95. That's amazing, isn't it? It's a great way to stock up.
It is, and I use my 0.6 for my Viking knit to create that, sometimes to create that sort of more chunky kind of look effect, that sort of more solid piece. And also it's good for gizmoing as well.
Oh, okay. Could you use it on the wire twister? Could you put 2 of these together?
Put all 3 together.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that idea, because we bought that at $6.95 with the bundle, didn't we?
And again, I've used a 0.6 on that clustering at the end, and that's just a gizmo coil over a 1mm wire, and then I've just used the tails of the gizmo. So if you take that off and show the back, you'll see that all I've done, you take it off the
I'll take it off and show the back
sorry.
edge.
Yeah. You'll see there's 2 little loops. All it is one piece of 1mm wire looped
Right.
with a gizmo coil threaded on.
Love it.
And then with the ends, just added all the beads and sewn on with the ends of the 0.6 wire. So again, that goes through a lot of gemstones as well.
That has a really, what's that? A juicy,
yeah,
like feel to it, doesn't it? That's gorgeous. So you could recreate that exact design.
Yeah.
You could do it in blue or pink.
In a different colourway, yeah.
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Actually, do you know what? These wires with the Segnetic Quartz and Blue Chalcedony rondelles in the design.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, that would look
That'd
lovely.
work, wouldn't it? I'm on fire. Inspiration from the big dog. Details of that rondelle bundle are available at the bottom of the screen. That was 2 strands from the Gems of Distinction range for $9.95. Teaching an old dog new tricks daily here on JewelleryMaker. In fact, somebody's just messaging. Jenny has texted in. I don't think she was intending to shout her message. I've done 2 courses at JM with Loopy Laura now, and I'm booked on the Cabochon course. Love you, Laura. And Ed, of course.
Right,
I just assumed. Wow, what a deal. There you go. So when's that course coming up, Laura? Do you know?
Well, it's on. The first one's on the 7th of March, but
That's the first ever one. This is a brand new.
Yeah, it's a brand new one, but it is fully
course.
booked. So due to popular demand, we've kind of done it again
rejig some more
in April.
dates.
Yeah, we've got
Nice.
another one in April.
Oh, fantastic.
So
we can have a look at. You might probably focus on a few of these kind of designs, actually.
We're going to focus on some sort of prong set and a bit of easy to sort of catch a stone, not necessarily in a ring style. We will try and incorporate a ring, but obviously.
Yeah, but it's more to do with the technique, isn't it?
It's the way to hold it and to then adapt it into a ring, you know, whatever you want really. So yeah, should be fun.
Fantastic. Last time you were doing a course, I was kind of being hurled into joining the next course, wasn't I?
Well, I've said
I'm saying you've got to come on your
yeah.
course, haven't I?
I had any presenters in my course yet.
Really?
No,
All right, I'll speak to
no
Wendy.
pressure.
I'll go and speak to Wendy. Lorraine will be loving this. She's watching right now. The big dog getting signed up to a course.
Okay.
Wires flying out the door.
So all I've done is mirrored the exact same thing, but just added on more stones, wrapped it around.
Okay.
So now, so say I've done this one, I've got my wire here. With the excess wire, all I've done is wrapped the stones with the wire. So I've done one side, and now with the other side, this is why I wanted that extra bit of wire.
Right, yeah, makes
I'm
sense.
then just going to feed it through, whoops, just to kind of frame and decorate really, and again add a bit of strength to it. And again, so I'm using the 0.8 for this because the 1 mil would be, you wouldn't be able on the 1 mil to manipulate the wire this easily. So you can see how that's just going around. You can feed it through quite easily. Position that like that, and it's just going in between each gap really, and that's all you're doing. You can see how easy that sort of is going around.
Yeah.
All right, and I wanted to just show quickly.
It has a real natural flow, doesn't it, this design? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that sort of sparkly impact ring, really.
Beautiful.
But you can see what I was saying about, because I was showing you how you can kind of crunch the ring. You see how it's kind of bunched together just there? So what you can do is take your pliers, and now I'm using coloured wire, and I'm just using my normal chain nose pliers, and you can settle that wire back out before you know, before you finish it, and lock it into shape, and just do it on the other side, and you've got that, and it sits better then. Okay, so you've gone also, say we've gone all the way around. I'll just quickly, I won't worry too much about this side. You can see how quick and easy that is, and you can just do that like that. So I'm just going to trim this. We're going to imagine we've done it on that side. So with each, now I want to get rid of the tails of them.
Sure.
So you can just wrap them around the side if you want and just have wrapped shoulders, but because we've been locking that wire in there, you don't actually need to. And I don't want to lose the detail by wrapping all the way around the sides as well. So what I'm going to do is just feed that wire through to the centre, back to that spiral. So that wire was on the edge there, so it's just come. So if I show you the back, just there you can see I've just brought it straight across and turn it around. It's just right out in the middle. Trim it to so probably about an inch, half an inch. Doesn't really matter. And then just create a little spiral with your pliers. And because you're using the 0.8, it's a lot easier to sort of manipulate. And then you can just get that to sort of sit and lock in place. And I've already trimmed that one, but what I would have done was wrapped all the way around there, fed that across, and done a matching spiral, and that would be your ring.
Perfect.
Pop it back on your ring mandrel if you want to make sure, because it probably has shrunk a little bit, as you can see there. That's, I was going for an N. That's currently on K.
Okay.
So what I would do is just twist, and then that would go down, and I'm twisting it,
Oh, wow.
and that's now smack on an N. You can't see it in this light, but you can see that's the O
I
there.
can see that it is an N.
That's the M there, so it's smacking on the N. And that's also settled out the ring shank.
Is that your ring size then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go,
That's
see?
the
There you go.
national average for a woman's
It is actually.
ring size.
It's
an
about
N.
a 7. It's the US sort of
Size
7.
N.
Yeah.
Size 7 is an N.
Yeah. So an N is about an average size, and a lot of the time if it fits me, then I'm quite happy because I know it fits me, and job done. But so that's basically that one. Just wanted to show you how you
Sure.
can just have a bit of fun with the round stones as well.
Of course, yeah, it's a great idea.
And what I was going to show you quickly, or at least touch on, is the sort of woven one. That's not on the stand. Okay.
My little finger is a size N.
Oh, well, there you go. See.
I know, because that's when I try women's rings on to see what they look like, and they always fit me.
That's what, yeah. Try
But only because of what I do for a living. I don't just like sit at home going, oh, look at this.
When does that fit?
Yes, no.
Right, so with this one, I've used the 1 mil wire. So again, I want to show you using the different gauges of wire as well. And you can feel that's quite nice and solid.
Yeah, very, yes.
So I want to just show quickly the ring shank and how it is on the back as well, and it's really comfortable to wear.
Yeah.
All right, so if you see there, you've got like a woven section in the middle, but 2 plain bits around the side. And then you've got that little section there, which is the focal piece.
There's a really detailed, intricate feel to the wire work, isn't
Yeah,
there?
but it's also really comfortable to wear.
Yeah,
and even
agreed.
if I show it at that angle, you can see from the inside, there's no sharp edges or lots of wire going on. It looks quite nice and neat from the inside as well, so it's got that sort of appeal.
Absolutely.
Because you want to be able to pick it up and look at it like that and think, oh, that's nice, and not be able to necessarily see the mechanics of it.
It's almost as though the wire work is really the feature of that
Yeah.
design, isn't it? That's what's drawing the eye in, as opposed to the gemstones,
Yeah.
just a natural combination of the blacks
Yeah.
and reds, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. So again, as I said, I've used a 1mm wire for this, and what I've done is just take 2 short lengths, relatively short, because this is there's no embellishment with the wire on this one. You know, with the first one, we wanted lots of wire because we wanted to be able to go around the gemstones and really sort of go to town with it. And when we did the cabochon one before, we wanted excess wire to be able to decorate the stone. This is simply going to be the ring, so you don't need real long lengths.
Okay.
So you probably only need, what's that, probably about 8-9 inches? I don't know, I'm rubbish with this measurement. I'd say it's around about 4 arms length. So you want 2 pieces, okay? And what you want to do now, this is where this little square mandrel comes in handy. Because what I want to do is be able to create this sort of shape here, that part there, okay? So I'm going to use the square mandrel for this. So again,
Very limited availability remaining on that particular tool now.
So
We'll bring you another tool actually, Laura, just before you do that
Okay, go
particular
ahead.
technique. We're going to bring the wire banding pliers. Do you love this as a tool?
yeah, they're really cool, and they're really good if you're using the half round and the
Yes.
square wires.
Yeah, so these are particularly useful for that wire, which is of course a beadle-on product, isn't it, the half-round wire?
Yes.
And these are the beadle-on pliers. So this is for 22 and 24 gauge. That is,
So
I think...
22, if you always think, when you
Yeah.
think of American
Oh,
sizing,
good. I'm so glad you were going to teach me a trick. I was just thinking in my mind, we need to get the a scale
Conversion.
chart put up. Yeah, but if you know a trick...
my default is 0.8 is always 20. So 20 gauge is always a 0.8. So the higher the gauge, the finer the wire.
Yeah.
The lower the gauge, the thicker the wire. So if you think that your 20 is always going to be the 0.8,
All right.
right? So
Okay.
if you've got an 18,
Yeah.
it's going to be the 1mm.
1 mil. So 22 and
So
24 is
22.
0.6 and 0.4.
Yeah.
Boom, right there.
There you go.
Laura binding. Sorting my life out perfectly. So this is for your 0.6, your 0.4, half round wire,
Yeah,
basically.
we were having a little look at a pair, that's what we were doing. Now if you look at the very top of them,
Yes, I
This
see
is
that.
a
It's got the
different-
gauges on it, yeah.
yeah, right on the very top of the plier bit there.
There you
Oh,
go,
yeah,
yeah.
that was a good shot. This is the other pair, but you can see it says 20 and 21. So if you're using your 0.8 wire, you would put it there. If you're using your slightly finer wire, you would put it on that side. So when you open it up, you can see it's got 2 sort of little sections, and that's where you would put your wire. And
That's
also-
very clear.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that.
There
So
you go.
for this one, you put your 0.6 on this side and your 0.4 on this side.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's the best way to remember it. They'll
So do you,
always
do you
remember.
have to have the half-round wire
Well,
to
no,
use these?
because we were just having a little.
Okay, we'll show quickly.
Flame it,
Before we
so-
move on with our next ring design, we might as well show us how to use these pliers then.
So if I've got my 0.8 wire here, and I've got my 20 gauge section here.
Sure.
Bear with me, I don't have a good record of demonstrating tools. It always goes a bit
Not really
wrong.
worse than me.
It can. It really can. So you place your wire just in that side there, and then all you do is just do that.
Boom, right there.
And then when you take it out, it's got that little gauge. Now, I'm not sure whether it means, and I'm going to be totally honest with you now, I'm not sure whether it means that, because what these are traditionally used for, if you show the back,
Yeah.
they're used for this kind of style of wrapping. So if you think of when you have a cabochon and you have 3 pieces of wire and then you bind with a little section,
Yeah.
that's what this is for. So I'm not sure whether this means use 20 gauge wire or whether it means it's for you're using 20 gauge wire to bind.
Right, okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So I'm going to be totally honest, I'm not sure if that means that that's for wrapping 3 pieces of 20 gauge wire together. See what it's like if I put it in the other side. Sorry to throw it out there, but I want to be totally honest.
Yeah. Phil, can we phone up to Hannah Oxford and ask her if she thinks that it's for wrapping 3 lengths of 20 gauge wire, or whether it is for wrapping or creating?
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
so
I do. I absolutely do.
if you've got your 3 lengths of your 20 gauge,
we're on it.
sorry.
Speaking to our buying team
now.
Yeah, no, this is what it's all about, right? We want to know the case. Although you are doing a good experiment here.
Yeah, having fun now. So you'd have your 3 pieces. These are again 0.8 wire. These are just round wires, obviously.
Yeah.
And then what you would do is place them in there, and that fits perfectly.
Isn't it? It's both then.
So it could be both. It could
both.
be that you're using your 0.8 wire, and then because what you would do then is see my fingers just slightly holding that little tail, and then what you would do is you would just use this to sort of get a real sort of. I'm doing this really back to front now. So sorry, because I'm doing it.
Yeah, you're trying to demonstrate it. Yeah, no, I understand.
Demonstrated it wrong. So if I just do that again. So I'm just got to do this the way that it would work for me to do it. So I'd have it like that. I've got the little tail just there. And then what you would do is tend to use your pliers to get a real sharp sort of wrap like that. And then bring it back up like that. You would need the sort of proper wires for this really. But you can get the idea, it wraps like that. Yeah. Wraps around like that.
So I think it is for working with that gauge of wire. I think it does both,
Could
doesn't it?
Could just be generally working with that gauge of wire.
That's all right. So I think we've worked it out. That's good. We're live on air. You can see the cogs turning in our brains.
But you can get the idea.
It looks so much more effective with the half-round wire as well.
The half-round wire is perfect for it because it's flat on that one side, so it really sits nicely on it. And when you
it's going to sit in there flush.
Yeah, and when you're using your square wires as the actual 3 base wires, they sit nicely next to each other. Makes your life a lot easier and it looks really good.
Perfect. There you go. So we also have the 20 and 21. So this is for your 0.8 and your 1 mil, which I
No,
I thought 20 is 0.8.
Yeah, but you need to go.
21 is up. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
So actually, it's going to be like.
So it's around about probably
7.
about 0.7. Yeah. Obviously, we tend to do the stages in 2s. We do the 0.5.
Actually, do you know what it is? I think it's like 0.72 or 0.71
yeah, you do
or
get
something.
random wire sizes, so
I have
it's
seen
just
that.
generalisation.
Yeah, so, my apologies. So it's 0.8, 0.7 essentially. Yeah. Okay, so as we've seen, it's perfect for creating the little, the square banded section, and then for working with that gauge of wire.
Yeah.
Perfect. $15.95 for both sets of pliers or wire workers. I suppose if you are a wire worker and you've used these in the past, you're going to know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, you have to understand, I haven't used these before, so I know it was a bit of a bodgy sort of detail.
No, but I mean,
but it's just
we have worked something out there, I think, so
and
that's better.
You would use like the finer wires to make a more intricate sort of prong set ring. You can use, that's when you would use maybe the 0.6 and 0.8, a couple of them together on square wires to then create set rings, and that's when you would use those pliers.
Okay, so just to be clear, both sets of pliers are available. They're $15.95 each. Yes, so just in case you just tuned in and saw me holding them both. Yes, so I wasn't being very clear. So they're the same price, so $15.95, depending on which gauge you tend to work with.
Or both.
Okay, somebody's setting us a very long message. Shall we put it on screen? Okay, Phil's put it in. It says, it's just it's all the gauges, yes.
Yeah.
We've explained it. Yeah, I see. Yeah, so there you go.
See,
21 is 0.7, 22 is 0.6, 24 is 0.5.
Yeah.
26 is 0.4.
Yeah, because we do our wires in our 2s. We go up 0.4, 0.6, 0.8. But there are 0.7.
There are variations. I have seen
They are everywhere, you know, but
0.71 I've seen, and
0.92.
Yeah.
So there are. I mean, it's just a generalisation, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you remember 20, it's 0.8.
That's already sorted it out in my brain.
That's how I always remember
until I got it wrong a minute ago. Okay, so let's do our next ring design. Sorry, Lauren.
That's all right. It's only a quick. I'm just going to show you the basis of it, really.
Yeah.
I didn't know quite how much time I got.
And we get to use the square bezel, which we've just launched today, so that's quite fun.
So what I wanted to do is create this kind of effect here. So this is the staging of it here. So you can see I'm going to form this shape here, and I need 2 pieces of wire because I want to create that shape twice to mirror itself. So folding it over again, just going to place it on the mandrel. When I say folding it over, just generally finding the centre. And where you place it on the mandrel is up to you really. It's just the sort of size that you're looking for. And you're just moulding it around really. And then you get that sort of shape. Put it back on and sort of really work it. Get that sort of shape. And then do it again with the other side. You could just place it on like this in the centre. And then just really sharply fold it down. It's probably a slightly easier way to do it. Now, so you can see that's better. See it? Now what you want, you could mark this if you wanted with a marker pen or something. So what you want to do then is these are going to sit like this and like this, okay? So we're going to start off by our first one. I'm going to cut about a metre or so of wire off, probably a little bit more. A little bit more. I'm actually not going to cut that much off because this is just going to show you how to start it. So there's no point in me wasting all the wire and sort of working with long length wire.
But you would want a much longer.
You would probably want about a metre just over, really. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is just a quick and easy way to do this is I want to coil this section here, just this tiny little end piece here. Just it makes it look nice. It's a finishing touch.
Okay.
But your coil there and there will be a nice start point for your weave. And I apply this rule with my bracelets or anything like that, really. Okay. So what I'm going to do is a little cheat. Let's take my wire on the end of the wire there, hand coil a little section. What I'm going to do is just a little section there and scoot it up, okay, and then just bring that straight to the end and sort of place it there. Okay, then you can cut the little tail off. All right, and then you just go into a nice weave, same as we did on the first design inspiration. You're just going to go through once, sort of about 3 times, and then you're going to bring the wire down to the other side. You're going to wrap 1, 2, 3, okay, and then you're just going to bring the wire back up. So you can do that 3 times. This is all a lot of threes in this one, and then bring it back down. So you basically have 3 bare wires. If you can see there, look, I've got my 1, 2, and when I bring this one down now, that'll be my 3rd one just there, okay? So then I'll just wrap 3 more times, 1, 2, 3, then I'll place my first stone on. It doesn't matter which colourway you're going to go for. I did mine alternate, but you can do this any way that you want. Place that there, and then just pick up the weave again. 3, and then just do 3 blank ones, add a stone, 3 blank ones, add a stone. Okay? So there's one that I've already done. Thought I'd change it a little bit on this one and do alternate colours. Okay? So then what I want to do is pick up my second section, and using that same piece of wire, you can see just there, all I've done is attached it and then just done another coil. Now I hand wrap that just to mirror this side here. Okay?
Okay.
And then I'm going to repeat, but what I want to do is this needs to be attached to this piece here. So I'm going to need to stitch this as I go, which is why we've cut the wire off of the reel. So 1, 2, 3, bring it up. And so go 1, round once, but now I'm just going to bring that wire, oops, through one of the little gaps from the weave, oops, just through on that piece there, and I'm going to stitch, oops, where have I gone? Sorry, slightly wrong. It's gone through it, I just attached it to the wrong side. Through that bit there, sorry. Try and make sure that the wire sits nicely when you do that. Pull it through, and then back over that bottom wire and through a gap again 3 times. So if I hold that up, hopefully you'll be able to see it just about. how I've done it there. See it? Just that one little stitch. The wire's back down here now to pick up the weave again. Okay, but straight away, that's starting to secure it to that frame there. Okay, and so you're going to keep doing that all the way down. So if I just going to add a black stone, oh sorry, just going to add, so I'm going to do that to create 3 blank piece sort of bits of wire, 1, 2, 3, and again you're just going in 3. So you don't have to stitch every single time you go up to the top wire, but it's nice to try and do it quite regularly to make it nice and even and secure. Okay, so that's my 3 pieces there, and then I get to add my stone. So if I carry on doing that a minute. Do you want me to carry on doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to bring you some of the wire looks now. This is a wholesale bundle where we've taken 3 of our packs of 20mm gauge wire looks. There's 24-inch lengths of this product, and we've bundled them together. So you've got the denim blue, the meadow, and the sprig colour tones. They're basically multicoloured.
Yeah, it's one of my favourites, that one.
Really?
Yeah.
It's almost like you know when you get the metallic coating on the pyrite. It's similar to that, isn't it?
Really beautiful.
I love it. It's like greens and golds and purples on there, isn't it? Well, kind of like a mauve tone, I suppose. So you've got the meadow, the denim, and the sprig. 24 inches of each. They're all 20mm gauge. Normally, this would be $44.85, so they're $14.95 per pack, which is already incredible value. And we've seen these similar products on the market elsewhere. They've been sort of upwards of $45 and things like that. We are giving you 3 packs today for $24.95, so it should be $44.85 down to $24.95. Best part of a £20 saving, give or take 10p. Amazing opportunity if you want to add that to your order. And I've seen how gorgeous these are, adding that little bit of intricacy, that little bit of interest and texture into designs. Actually, you could just use these to frame cabochons into your designs, can't you? Yeah, it's a good way of using them, isn't it? And I've seen that, actually, I've got a little example of that heading over to me right now. There we go. So you can actually pick up the cabochons from the kit, the bloodstained, actually the bloodstained cabochons in the sprig wire mesh would look fantastic, wouldn't they? I'll grab one of those to create that effect. Look at that. The colour tones in the bloodstone mirror that sprig tone in the wire. Looks perfectly, don't they?
It's gorgeous. And again, it's nice as just as a cuff bracelet. I've done it, and I've actually set a cabochon into the actual so you just keep it, so you just keep the whole piece like that as one piece, set a stone in, netted it, I think I just wired it in, and then I used little stones around the edge to give it like almost like a frill kind of edge to it. So, you know, there's lots you can do with that.
Absolutely gorgeous idea there. Gives you more design opportunities, doesn't it? Just because it works in a slightly different way, and it's got that sort of woven look to it. $24.95 should be $44.85. So there's a huge saving we're giving you there on your wire ribbon trio. And speaking of, oh dear, here we go.
Racking it.
Racking the display, aren't I? There we go. Speaking of the wire mesh, this is the traditional wire mesh, but in the smaller gauges. So these are all 10mm gauge, coming to you in very traditional colour tones. So we've got the antique bronze wire mesh, 10mm, you get a metre of that. You've got the chocolate brown, it says bronze there, but I'll probably say that's more of a copper tone.
That's copper to me.
And if it's copper to Laura, that means it's copper. You've got the graphite, which is pretty much like a gun metal, and then we've got the red, and it is like a ruby red. So you get all 5 of these. 5 metres, all 10mm gauge, gorgeous colour tones, should be $15.25. Wow, going to take it down to £1.99 per pot.
It used to be that just for one, didn't it? It used to be sort of like £8 or £9 for one.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the smaller gauges were, individual prices, but of course, you know, this is kind of a recent development, isn't it, to have the smaller gauges? I only just remember the larger ones when we first had them. But you can create the exact same designs, only they're going to be a little bit more delicate. So you can imagine sort of Gemma Crow's floral looks, but on the smaller ones for hairbands, things like that, they'd be gorgeous, wouldn't they? So you get all 5 for £9.95. That is an incredible opportunity. Wow, so many people recognising the value there. In fact, majority of people multi-buying on that deal. Congratulations. If you do want to add that to your order, I only have a limited number available. This is the only drawback of putting together these large wholesale opportunities. 5 pots of your wire mesh for £9.95. Oh, double figures of availability already, so if you want to add that to your order, act as quickly as possible. Just £9.95. As I say, congratulations to all the multi-buyers on that deal. That's amazing value. Sorry.
No, you're all right. All I've been doing is the same thing, really. So, and you can see how quickly this
already
builds up.
it's already coming.
I've done the main feature front, and then what I've done is just continuing on that same second piece of wire with the weaving wire, sorry, is I've just exactly the same, 3 on either side, but I've narrowed the wires down so they're literally sitting next to each other. So the weave itself looks different, but it's not. It's the same weave. It's just because the wires are close, so you haven't got that open weave showing.
Got ya.
So you're literally going 1, 2, 3, and you want to do the whole ring shank. I won't do the whole ring shank, but it's just for you to see. You would just keep going around like that, and you can see that there. And you can see this is nice and solid and secure together. It's just the odd little stitch here and there, it's just secured it. What you want to do then is place it on your mandrel. Now this is one where you will just go for the size that you're going for. So you don't need to think, oh, do I need that to be slightly larger or slightly smaller? This will be the set size. Now what I want to do is, there's 2 plain wires here, and this, imagine this was woven all the way up to here. So I'm going to do is split these and bring this woven section into the middle. So in an ideal world, that would have been woven all the way to there, so my weaving wire would be here. And this is my same weaving wire, I've not added any wire in, okay? So then these 2 wires are going to frame it. I'm just going to bring them around the ring shank there. And that's how you create that kind of shank,
that layered effect.
But it also helps you to sort of use all your wires to the best.
Yeah, so it tidies it up and it creates the effect.
And it gives it a bit of strength as well. Gives it, it's nice and comfortable to wear.
Okay.
So then it's just about, right, obviously I've got 4 wires now I need to kind of find a home for. Okay. And I need to kind of blend these in somewhere without ruining the design.
Okay.
So, the first thing I'm going to do with this weaving wire is just find a good place to secure it. So this is where the advantage of having this section here coiled helps, because you can just blend that in there. And always, if you can find a single wire to wrap your weaving wire off onto, then do that. So just once or twice, and just wrap that there. And then you can just cut that and cut it to the front. So just trim that there. Again, try and get into the habit of, I've cut a wire, pick up your chain nose pliers just to blend that little end in. So those in effect now are secured. And then these wires here, it's just a matter of, right, I'm going to bring this top one along here, and I'm actually holding it so it molds to the top of that section there, and then I'm just going to feed it through that little gap there. Use your pliers. I'm holding this really tight because I don't want to lose the shape. Now what can happen is if you pull that really tight, you'll end up pulling that wire there straight across, and you'll lose the fact that it's going around.
Okay.
So you do need to make sure that when you're doing that, just holding it nice and secure, and then just wrap it around once and back through again. Oops. And so just wrapping it just once or twice. Oops, I'll just show you it there. Okay, and then just trimming that wire again, and then that will just blend into the design. So that's one side gone. Okay, and then again you're just finding places for this wire to go here. So this wire here is sitting nicely across the middle. So what I want with this one is, so if I should show you on here, it just does go across the middle, and it's just going to blend in just on the inside here.
Oh yeah.
There's one wire that goes on the inside, and that's where your flush cutters are quite essential, because it cuts it nice and flush. So even though it's on the inside, you don't feel that sharp edge.
Okay, makes sense.
If you haven't got flush cutters, then just try and take your side cutters and cut almost on a slope so that your wire goes like that.
Got you.
Do you see what I mean, Rav? Because when you cut it with normal ones, they pinch.
Yeah.
It gives you the sharp edge.
You need the flush
You do
cutting
need the
pliers,
flush
really,
cutters,
don't you?
but not everybody's got them. And if you haven't, it's not the end of the world.
Okay.
So you just place it through there, again for that little gap. It's just about finding a suitable place for it to disappear. And then, again, with these ones, you're just going to mirror it and find a home for them, really. Bring that down to there and disappear. And that's all you're doing.
That's
you're
it,
just
yeah.
blending those ends in and just tucking them in a nice little place. And you've got a nice, comfortable ring.
Beautiful. There you go. Actually, that was one of the key features of that design, how comfortable it was.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
and again, I like the flash of the bare wire with the sort of coiled effect. I often like to mix those textures together, so I like the fact that you can see that flash of wire there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And you've made a little more of a feature of the smaller gemstones using these ring designs as well, but it leaves you, of course, all of these cabochons to work with.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That kit was brought to you with a £20 price reduction. There you go. So it should have been $53.65. We took it down to $33.65. Amazing opportunity there. It worked out you can make sort of 25 rings or something if you wanted to. Well, and then some, probably.
I've literally made 6, 7, practically made that one, so that's 8, 9, because I made that one nearly as well. Plus, I still haven't added any additional wire, plus I still have all that left. So.
Fantastic. The world's your oyster, really. If you do want to add that to your order, of course, you also got the 1mm, 0.8, 0.6 and 0.4mm gauge golden wire as well. Okay, we are going to go to a quick break now. And we're going to inform you of how you can get involved with our app. So that's a great way to watch and shop with us here at Jewellery Maker. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with an array of add it to your order deals. Don't go away, we'll be back in 2.
Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimise the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order for just 50p and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from the Genuine Gemstone Company. Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
JewelleryMaker are proud to announce we are the winners of 8 Make and Sell Jewellery Awards of 2014. We are happy to be the winners of the Best UK Supplier, Best Semi-Precious Supplier, Best Jewellery Making Website, Best Jewellery Making Kit, Best Jewellery Making Workshop Provider, Best for Jewellery Making Tools, Best Bead Brand and Best TV Programme. We would like to thank all of our customers for making this possible and thank you for your continued support.
Welcome back to the Designer Inspiration Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting day because it's our cocktail ring spectacular. Laura's been taking us through some very innovative and detailed wire designs of how to create your rings that look absolutely beautiful. Now, we have had quite a lot of cabochons within our kits, which have been quite amazing, I have to say, in terms of the carat weights that we've been able to provide you with. Laura's pulling. It was the chair. It was the chair. But now we have a selection of cabochons which are really statement-esque. They are just huge. Is there any way to describe them? Look at this. This is your wooden jasper. You can understand where the name comes from there because the banding looks, again, it has that kind of forest-like feel to it, doesn't it? Yeah. Love this. Absolutely massive, and it doesn't know why. 970 carats in total here, but quite a considered number. You've only got 5 cabochons in this collection. You might find you get 6 or 7. For example, that means you've got slightly smaller carat weights, but that means you're looking at, well, roughly what, over 150 carats on each cabochon. You'd probably say that one's closer to 200 carats, wouldn't you, based on the variations of size there. These are just gorgeous. Now, I'm thinking feature pendants, really, Laura. Or the centre of a cuff, potentially.
Yeah, they're definitely, I know I've said this before, but Gemma Crow has got a one like that, that's massive, that she's just woven, and it just looks really, yeah, because some people can carry off the big statement pendants and other people don't. And me and Gemma have actually bought some cabochons before and just literally picked out which one suits each person. So like she goes for the real big chunky ones and then I'll add the sort of more slim, like the longer, finer ones. So it's really
more
good.
More suitable for your wire wrapping.
So it's really brilliant. You know, if you are a bit thinking, oh, they are quite large, well they are, then, but it's putting it in the right setting and it was perfect.
There you go. Kaylee, who I mentioned earlier, has texted in to say, wow, pretty. I have to say they're amazing, aren't they? And again, you've got Mother Nature's fingerprint on every single gemstone because of that organic finish in the banding. Absolutely gorgeous. Actually, this is a rather impressive weekend lineup of designers. We've got Laura today, we've got Claire tomorrow, and then Gemma Crow on Sunday. Is that right? Is that what I just saw in the ad breaks? Wow. What a collection of designers we've got to inspire you this weekend. And right now you can add 970 carats of wooden Jasper cabochons to your collection for $24.95. That's amazing, isn't it? What a price point for that kind of carat weight.
It is brilliant, you know, and they are feature pendants, but they are beautiful. I wouldn't do anything too much to them because they're just so beautiful.
Thinking, like, you could get that into a cuff, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have it as a sort of lengthways cuff, but I would have that as a pendant.
Yeah, that one's more droplet style.
Yeah.
That one's more suited to be in a pendant, I suppose.
But then the other thing you can do is almost have it, you know, when you create like a bib style necklace.
Yes.
So you would almost have your base there. So that would be your sort of bib, so it would be across like
I've got
that.
you. So you create the structure around the actual
I would have it so
gemstone.
that would be the gemstone. I'd probably have it lengthwise, so it goes like that.
Sure.
And just have like chain, double layers of chain going along here to balance it out.
Like that.
So,
Cool.
you know, there's lots of ways of using it.
Could you even use the wirelets to frame these
Yeah,
cabochons?
definitely,
Quite
because,
large, I
well,
suppose.
yeah, there's no reason why not.
Absolutely. $24.95 for over 900 carats in total. Lots of people taking advantage of that deal. I'm not surprised. That's amazing. We're going to move on. Oh, are we? Amazing. This is a premiere launch, isn't it? Yes, I think they're brand new. There they are. Now, I have to say, this is a gemstone that I'm really surprised with the quality at the moment. This is beautiful iolite, and currently here at JewelleryMaker, I'd say the quality of the iolite has gone absolutely through the roof. We've always been quite successful in sourcing this gemstone. We always tend to get quite high quality iolite, but this is just remarkable. Beautiful violet tones, ranging almost into your kind of tanzanite blues, if you like. And then, because it's such a pleochroic gemstone, from one angle you're getting the violets and the blues, from the other you're getting the gold and browns, and you can see that on every single gemstone at the moment, based on which angle you're looking at the gemstone. So the blues are coming through predominantly, then you'll see the golden tones as well. This is coming to you in perfectly polished, round, 6mm in size. Now, I actually launched a strand of this on yesterday's morning show, and fantastic price points that we were able to bring you. It was intended to be launched at $12.95, $11.95, and we took it down, I think, to $9.95. Today, I've got the 6mm rounds for you. Should be at $8.95, but we're not staying there. These producers, they're so competitive. I've said this before, but normally salespeople, when they're competitive, it's about, you know, getting the highest price, isn't it? Not here at JewelleryMaker, not with our producers. How low can you go? Down to $6.95 for 6mm polished rounds of beautiful iolite. And once again, a very traditional and historic gemstone. Had somebody texted in yesterday to say that they'd bought this gemstone for their Norwegian friend to create them a piece of jewellery because of the kind of the Viking link, because it's often described as the Viking gemstone.
Isn't it what they use? Is that
They
the one
used
that
it to actually
compass?
sail the high seas, because
Yeah.
they used the polarization so that they could navigate, they could look at where the sun was located in the sky and therefore navigate where they wanted to go. A Viking known as Ericsson took this. Basically, Vikings just used to move to the nearest region, so they'd just say, oh, we'll go over there and take whatever we want. But this one guy was banished from all of the places, so he was like, give me that bit of iolite, I don't need to go to the next bit of land, I'll just go out onto the seas. Basically the original pair of sunglasses, that's what they were. So by using the iolite, they could use the polarization to see the sun through the clouds without staring directly at the sun, navigate across the oceans, and ended up discovering America. So he actually landed in North America, thought it was a bit of a wasteland, headed back, didn't tell anybody what he'd found, and then it was a further 500 years before Christopher Columbus went and actually sort of set sail and went there. Yeah, and he got all the credit. But there is actually a date in America, and this is observed by Norwegian Americans, I believe, as being, you know, sort of Ericsson Day, if you like, the day that America was really discovered. Yeah, so I think, you know, it is widely known. I'm probably upsetting lots of, I don't know, Italian or Spanish Americans by saying this, but I think it's widely understood that people did go to America before Christopher Columbus. I think that was $6.95 is the price point for one of the most historic gemstones on the planet. And of course, when you start to attach these kind of traditional narratives to a gemstone, it adds value to the piece of jewellery, doesn't it? People love to know that.
Yeah, I think it's nice. It's nice to have a bit of a chat about the history of them as well, and I just think it makes it gives it a bit of a life, doesn't it? It gives it sort of a bit of meaning.
they have a huge impact, don't they, on history. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Gemstones have influenced so many different things, whether it is, you know, people making discoveries or people having sort of scientific discoveries as well as sort of mystical discoveries. And so they go down both routes, which is the great thing about gemology as a whole, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then we come along here at JewelleryMaker and take them down to rock bottom prices. $6.95 for 80 carats. These are literally flying out the door. Hazel's got 2. Buyer in London's got 3 strands of these. Amazing. If you've got these in your basket, you do need to start checking out. This is a Premier launch price, only available at this price until 9 AM tomorrow morning. Then it's going to go back up to $8.95. Still probably the best value on the market for perfectly polished rounds of iolite of this quality. Beautiful depth of colour and that uniform size, those gorgeous rounds. Actually, I was just going to say, we're also going to bring you a strand of apatite. How about this as a combination? Because then you've got the midnight blues, the violet tones, alongside the sky blues and the kind of swimming pool blues almost that you're getting from this apatite. Do you like that as a combination, though?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's one of those that can really zest it up. So you could, if you added that with some silver, you get a really nice sort of, really lovely sort of summertime piece of jewellery to wear.
I was thinking silver, yeah.
Yeah, but then if you added copper, it would look really nice and pop, and if you added gold, it'd look quite Egyptian-y.
Yeah, I like that. So this is quite a good combination.
Yeah.
Because it makes it versatile with the metallic tones that people like to use, isn't it?
Yeah,
gorgeous.
it would go with anything.
I mean, to be honest, all you need to do is alternate between those, and the design's done for you, isn't it?
Definitely.
Especially when we are bringing you a launch price for the apatite of $6.95. Once again, another add it to your order price. These are 2 to 3 millimeters in size. That's just so we can account for the slight variations, I believe, towards the end of the strand. They're slightly smaller in the centre. They're more similar to a 3 millimeter round. I mean, these are perfect for so many different disciplines, whether it is your wire work pieces that you want to accent gemstones, or your classic beading designs, or maybe you want to frame your cabochons in a soutache piece. Maybe you want to use them within your kumihimo designs. Maybe you want to use them on the bead loom. They seem to fit so many different disciplines. Micro macrame, for example, brought you so many cord bundles yesterday morning on our weaving show. This would be perfect in those kind of designs. $6.95 is the launch price for this gorgeous apatite. When you consider the amount of work that would go into creating such a delicate gemstone, 2 millimeter polished rounds, fantastic uniformity on the strands, little variation across there from 2 to 3 millimeters, and that is just incredible when you consider the amount of design opportunities and the amount of disciplines that this particular strand of apatite will fit into. I mean, I've seen a lot of apatite being used on the American market recently. People, I think, are going to see this gemstone being used in far more fashion-led designs over the coming 12 to 18 months. It's only a matter of time before everybody's scrambling to get hold of apatite within their collections. You can get hold of this right now for $6.95. Add it to your order price for those beautiful little rounds. Where are we going to, sorry? Oh, these are absolutely gorgeous. Slight elongation here to your baby pink pearls. I mean, for spring designs, these are perfect. Whether it's going to be maybe prom jewellery, as we discussed earlier. How about for a flower girl? Would that be beautiful? Little rose pink pearls. Love them. They're basically petal shaped, actually, aren't they?
So you could make little flowers out of them. They're really cute.
They're called pink frost sculpture pearls, and when you look at the pearlescence that you've got there, you can understand where that name's coming from. They're 8 by 5 millimeters in size, so the whole idea is that they have that elongation. Wow, $6.95 once again for cultured pearls. We have fewer than 20 strands available on this particular item. It is a last of stock deal, as you'd expect, for one of the most luxurious minerals available, adding value to your designs instantly, but with lots of design scope thanks to their shape, and then that ridiculous price point. That's why it's a last of stock deal. They're flown out the door. Just $6.95. It's a no-brainer really for all the designers out there. You need to have your pearls in there. You need to have your feminine pinks. $6.95. You've got your order up and running. Why not add that to your order? Just $6.95. Okay, huge numbers of people putting this in their baskets. You need to start checking out because phone buyers are now multi-buying on this deal. Looks to me like that is going to be a sellout opportunity this afternoon. Your pink frost cultured pearls available right now for $6.95, and they are essentially petal-shaped pearls. What more could you ask for? We're going to leave that on with you. We're going to move on. We've got a lot to get through before 5 p.m. Love these. Beautiful prehnite here. Faceted rounds. Quite sizable. They must be 12 millimeters. Yeah, they are. 380 carats of your 12 mil faceted rounds. Love this colour tone. Actually, I'll tell you what, once again, how about alongside the rose pinks with the pastel greens? Match made in heaven, isn't it? Great thing about the prehnite here is those kind of forest green inclusions, isn't it? Because they're almost like paintbrush strokes inside the gemstone. They're almost like rutilations, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. Just gives it a little bit of depth, a little bit of a point of interest, if you like, that will draw the eye into the designs. Actually, these would be quite good for unisex designs, I can imagine, the prehnite.
For your macramé, if you wanted to do a macramé piece.
Well,
or,
you only need 5 gemstones.
Yeah. They make really lovely earrings. For me, I would just pop them on a head pin, just have them as earrings. Because it's one of my favourite. Again, I love that muted
Actually, with the lemon quartz we were saying earlier. Yeah, you did. That was the combination you were describing, that kind of lemon and lime vibe, isn't it?
It's my favourite.
Works perfectly. Yep. Nailed it.
Bit of copper wire, you're done.
Copper wire. $9.95 should be the price for 380 carats faceted 12 mil rounds. We're not staying there. Producer Phil wants to get this weekend up and running with a bang, and he's taking it down to $6.95. Once again, we promise you add it to your order prices in the final hour of the show. We're not letting you down now. $6.95, but for very, very sizable carat weights of faceted 12 mil rounds. Beautiful prehnite. Once again, individuality from every single gemstone. They've all got their own personality almost, haven't they, with those little inclusions. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, one of those, the few gemstones that really is kind of prized for its inclusion because it adds to the design. They're almost like needle-like inclusions, aren't they? Like angel hair. It's like having spun sugar inside the gemstone.
I think it reminds me of like the rutile quartz, but obviously just a different colourway.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like a golden rutile quartz, isn't it, with those little needle-like inclusions, but with this zesty green tone. Lots and lots of people putting this one in their basket. Again, you need to be checking out. I know that people probably sit at home saying, why does he say that every time? But, of course, until you check out, it's not a guaranteed purchase, and so, you know, I don't want anybody to miss out on that deal. We get new buyers every day who may think that by putting in the basket they're guaranteed to get the item. You are not guaranteed until you check out, and of course the phone buyers coming through now. Some people multi-buying that. We've taken it down from $9.95 to $6.95. All of the price reductions that you see here on the Inspiration Show will be available only until 9 AM tomorrow morning, or with deals like this, the last of stock deals, while stocks last. That could be a sellout deal for all I know. Flying out the door. Congratulations to everybody now confirming their purchases. I've even got multi-buyers on that one once again. Not really surprising when we're giving you clearance deals on genuine gemstones. Oh yeah, these are gorgeous. They add value to your designs instantly. They're very reminiscent of the kind of look that you would associate with the high street charm shop. Now, Laura, I think you may already be aware of my bitterness about the prices that I have paid on the high street charm shop, but my new team will probably not be aware of this. Have I shared this with you before? Oh, they already know. I don't want to open Pandora's box. £140 for 2 charms. No gemstones. I don't want to talk about it. Traumatised.
No.
Unbelievable. We've got 925 sterling silver here, but it's encrusted with beautiful peridot. August's birthstone. Maybe you're starting to put together a little charm bracelet design. I mean, these don't have to be used in charm bracelets. That's just where my mind goes when I see these little rondelles. Oh, we just took them down to a clearance price. Less than £3 per sterling silver faceted spacer. Yeah, because it's got faceted gemstones, little spacers. I see them as the little endings of a charm bracelet, thanks to my previous purchases on the high street. Unbelievable. It is outrageous, isn't it? Oh, I've never been so hurt. Honestly, this country. Alright, alright. I'll do it just for you because I haven't dropped it today and we're getting towards the end of the show. I'll let it go.
Oh, God.
Even though it's not in reference to what it should be. Come on, boys. You'd be disappointed if I didn't get it into every show. Okay, should be $12.95. I'm taking it down to $8.95. Say again, sorry? No. $8.95, so less than £3. But actually, I mean, when you think that you're working with sterling silver, you're instantly adding value to your designs. They have that kind of association with very, very high-end jewellery design, don't they? Because of the way the gemstones are set into the silver work for me.
Yeah, again, they would look lovely if you just had a couple of them stacked together and put it on, make a Viking knit chain. Just have a couple on a necklace or on a bracelet, but also in earrings as well.
Gorgeous
couple of
earring
gemstones
designs.
Just in the middle.
Brilliant.
Yeah, there's lots you can do with
Laura,
them.
next time we do a show together, can we do some Viking knit so that I can take it to the draw plate? It's my favourite.
So you can do the fun part, I'll do all the hard work and you just,
That's the deal. Right, moving on. Oh, how many of these have you got, buddy? Okay. How many of these have you got? 15. I'm taking them low. That was the information I received. Okay, I've only got 15 in stock. It's sterling silver chain. All that rosary link chain. You got a metre length. Take a look at these gorgeous tangerine colour tones that you've got on the carnelian. Look at that. Gorgeous colour tone, isn't it? Love it. Metre length, I absolutely love this. Carnelian, another very traditional gemstone, and another gemstone which adds that little bit of vibrancy into your designs, depending on what you put it alongside, of course. If you want to use this as the standout colour tone alongside maybe like a jet black, that's going to work, isn't it? Black's
Really lovely. But then if you made a cabochon pendant out of those there, you've got a ready-made chain.
Boom. Right there,
or you
match
could just,
made in heaven.
Yeah, or you could even just use them to decorate, you know, sort of link them in some way, almost sew them in if you were weaving and catch them in with the design.
Okay, fantastic.
There's lots you can do with them.
Oh, I like that idea actually, yeah.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? So it kind of like you almost do a weaving, but as I was stitching to the frame earlier on, you almost link
that into the actual piece. Oh, I like that, that's a great idea. Now, I think we've established over the time we've been bringing you these that it'd be virtually impossible to recreate it for the price, and the amount of value you're adding by working with sterling silver, rosary links and those beautiful faceted gemstones is ridiculous. So at $17.95, unrivaled value, but we just took it down to a clearance price. For the last 15 in stock, $12.95, just put £5 back in your pocket. I think we established you couldn't even pay yourself minimum wage to recreate this.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Wouldn't matter if I paid Laura £1 million.
No.
You wouldn't sit down for 4 hours and make rosary wrap links.
No, I'd get Mark to do it.
He would love it, wouldn't
he? He would love that, yeah.
But
yeah,
even he said he couldn't do it in one sitting.
I would buy that. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, I think so, yeah, because to pay Mark to do it, it would cost you a lot more than $12.95.
Plus also your wastage of your sterling silver wire, because obviously you can keep it quite minimal when you're doing it, but you still have got excess wire that you're going to have to cut, that you would have to sort of in effect waste.
Yeah, Gemma told me that you'd need 3 metres at least to make a 1 metre length.
Yeah, and then obviously you would waste some of that as well, so it's all done for. You wouldn't be able to buy that. You wouldn't be able to buy sort of 3 metres of sterling silver for that price, plus the stones.
You wouldn't be able to
Plus your
source 10 carats of faceted carnelian, which I've counted them before, so I won't count them today because we haven't got time, but it's roughly about 100 gemstones
Wow.
that are set along the lens. So it would be impossible to recreate it for $12.95, but that's the value we bring you here at JewelleryMaker. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, been working with our suppliers for a long time, and actually people are recognising the value in this clearance deal this afternoon. Somebody's just multi-bought this. It looks to me like that is going to be a sellout deal. Check out your baskets as quickly as possible. I'm being told we've got another clearance deal to bring you. Where did I take that from, sorry? Right. Ooh, got carnelian now in faceted droplet style. Love the variations. They're very, very subtle these days in the carnelian, but you do still see them. They range from the kind of burnt amber tones to the mandarin tones, and you still get the golden hues in there as well. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. This has this kind of waxy luster to it. Absolutely gorgeous. 130 carats in total. Faceted drops. They're 12 by 8 millimeters in size, so it's perfect if you want to create matching sets of jewellery. Maybe if you have the droplet style earrings and the pendant, or of course if you want to use them as petals in your floral motifs, those would look fantastic, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So there's lots of different design scenarios with your top drilled drops, and here you've got that gorgeous subtle variation in the colour tone, so you could pick out more of the kind of cherry reds, or you could go for the contrast with the golden hues and the deeper colour tones. Lots and lots of design scenarios with this one strand, and available right now for $6.95. Another add it to your order price, especially once again when you consider the amount of work that's gone into that strand, where they've all been individually faceted and polished. $6.95 is your add it to your order price this afternoon for this particular strand of carnelian. Once again, we are limited in availability, so if you want to add that to your order, you need to act very, very quickly. Oh, match made in heaven, isn't it? Is this red jasper? This is the most common variety of jasper, actually, but I've kind of reclassified the name of this. Even though red jasper is the most common variety, I always call it terracotta jasper.
Well, I can get that. It's
because
beautiful.
it has that Mediterranean tone. How about this alongside the wood jasper?
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it?
That is your pendant. Those coins on the neckline. I mean, it's going to be quite a gem heavy piece, but people love that kind of look, don't they?
Yeah. It's that statement look, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
That's
Oh,
stunning.
I like
I
that
love those.
tactile little sound that you've got there. You've actually got 480 carats of your red jasper in your 20mm coins. It's a last in stock deal for $6.95. People are flying in for this one. We only have very, very few of them remaining in stock. I mean, whenever I look at the puffy coins, I think of wristline pieces. So comfortable on the wrist, aren't they?
I just see.
Even I would wear that, you know.
Yeah, it's quite unisex, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
see
so.
pendants. They're screaming to be a focal of a pendant for me. I would wrap them in a combination of the. I would put silver.
Okay.
I'd do some in silver, but I'd also do them in a combination of copper and antique bronze, so you get that
Nice.
flash of the combination coming through.
Solitaire rings as well, 20mm.
Yeah, rings, I just love them. I want them.
You want that strand?
I want that strand.
I think you're going to miss out, if I'm
I
honest
think
with
I
you.
probably will.
Great thing about it is, again, the banding would make every single design totally unique, totally bespoke finish. Gorgeous. In fact, they're the kind of designs, if you've got your ring mandrel at your craft fair,
Yeah.
you could just allow people to choose their stone and make them their own ring then and there, couldn't
Yeah,
you?
I was thinking that when you said about the stars, you know, I often do, I don't do very many craft fairs because obviously I just don't have the time, but to have like a set pot of one stone and then just say, look, I'll do you a ring, there's a sample of it, there's a couple of samples of it, they are, you know, if you said they're £5 a go, choose your stone,
Yeah.
choose your colour wire, I'll come back in 10 minutes and I'll have it ready for you, or maybe say 20 because you don't want to make it look like it's really easy.
Yeah,
so you
yeah,
want to say,
yeah.
oh yeah, I have to come back in about 20 minutes or so and I'll have it done for you.
Hit the cupcake stall and come back to me.
Yeah, and then you can say if they want to give it as a gift, it's been personally made for them.
That's if the cupcake's still up and running. when you go to craft fairs, have you noticed that some jewellery designers still setting their stall out? The cupcake guys, they're going home. They're done by 11 AM, aren't they? Everybody that goes there. Because people take children, you see, so they're like,
I know.
And shut up.
The good thing is if you're doing a craft store at the very end, if there's any leftover cakes, they sell them off really cheap. So if you're still there packing up and stuff, they're like 20p, and you're like, oh, the kids are like, oh, go on then.
When I was a kid, my two best friends used to live on the same road as me. They were twin brothers, and they used to work in a bakery.
Oh.
And they used to live next door to me. And
Nice.
every day they used to come home and just knock on my door and be like, here you go, mate. Just a massive box of chocolate eclairs and cream cakes.
My favourite always used to be vanilla slices. Like the vanilla slices.
yeah.
And they used to be
Used to get
shop in Bristol that used to do what they called a traffic light. So it's like puff pastry with different jams in the middle. It's lush.
I've got this little, like, memory of being a kid because my dad was so stingy. He used to park some miles away from the city centre at like a, you know, like a DIY store. He'd be like, you and me will drop the girls in town, drive up to the car park, and then at the end we had to run back to the car and then pick them up. So he'd always stop and buy us a Belgian bun to share with the bakers.
Nice.
So we'd be running up the road to get this car park and we'd have a bite. You only buy one Belgian bun, of course, to share. He didn't buy us one each. I'm trying to save money. Right, okay, we're moving on. Love a Belgian bun now. Makes me think of my dad. Lapis lazuli rondelles. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I've never presented lapis lazuli rondelles on the show.
I don't think I've seen them before.
I don't think I just haven't seen this strand. I don't think I've ever seen lapis lazuli rondelles. Have I? This? I don't drink. You said... You said maybe you were hungover because it was in December when you did them. I said I don't drink. You said maybe you were tired from not drinking.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe you were late night with.
Was it December the 26th? It was. Oh, actually, I did 6 hours.
Day.
I did 6 hours on Boxing Day. I did the first half of the Inspiration show. Maybe I was tired. 280 carats, I'll take it back. I have seen them before, but we haven't had too many opportunities to bring you lapis lazuli rondelles. They're 9 by 7 millimetres in size. Another add it to your order price right now of $6.95. Huge carat weights, 280 carats. They made quite the impression on me, as you can imagine. Didn't even remember ever seeing them before. But then again, we haven't seen them, or I haven't seen them since December, and now we're down to a last of stock opportunity. $6.95. I see a lot of gemstones in 2 months, you know.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Definitely. I love the colour tone. It's that classic finish. It almost has a kind of frosted matte-like finish from the way it's been polished, but you're definitely getting those traditional golden flecks on the surface. Oh, that's a great recording of the actual stone, isn't it? The rondelles as well will lend themselves to so many different designs, won't they? Again, bracelet designs, neckline pieces, going to be gorgeous. Macramé designs, in fact.
Yeah, cufflinks.
I was trying to have a day off.
Sorry.
I was trying not to do it.
It's because they are so unisex to me. I would just literally make them doubled, so you'd have one on either side, like double jump rings. Double jump
tell you
rings.
what.
Double cufflinks.
Tomorrow, for the Valentine's Day show, I've bought a new shirt, and I have got so many cufflinks. I don't know which ones to wear for the show. Honestly, I wish I. You want to see my cufflink collection?
I can imagine.
Is ridiculous.
I can imagine.
When I left the Late Show, Sam made me another cufflink collection. She made me like 6 pairs of cufflinks. I've got them coming out my ears. Right, I'm not complaining. Oh, I am enamoured by this strand, I have to say. I would say that when I was a producer on Gems TV, I was never a big fan of fluorite. I think I don't know why, but it didn't really. I think the designs were never particularly sort of inspiring when I saw fluorite being used in the luxury piece on Gems TV. Came over to JewelleryMaker and it kind of got a whole new lease of life when I saw the designers using it in more innovative designs. We didn't see it for a while, and now the quality of the fluorite is absolutely through the roof. This is another gemstone that for me is having a bit of a renaissance. Now this has been described as blue fluorite, but it's multicoloured fluorite because we've also got purple varieties on this strand. I mean, look at that. The fluorescence is amazing. Do you know what? I wonder if when you set the fluorite into like silver backing and the light doesn't pass through it as much, maybe you don't get the fluorescence, and maybe that's why it doesn't come to life as much. When I'm able to hold it and see it from sort of 3 dimensions around, maybe that's why it looks so gorgeous here on JewelleryMaker.
I think it's one of those stones that in its natural organic form is beautiful, but if you would try and capture that and set it into
traditional
setting, you don't get that beauty. It doesn't. It loses the sort of the glow. It has like an inner glow, and it loses that when it's kind of.
It's actually sort of. It's the same effect as you see on those fish that glow in
the neon ones.
That is actually the exact same scientific effect. It's the electrons inside the gemstone slowly falling down inside. That's why you get the fluorescence in there. I mean, look at those two there. As a pair of earrings, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Purple fluorite.
And you could question whether that was amethyst.
Absolutely.
Because if you said to me, if I wasn't looking at what you were doing and looked up and just saw that, I would think that was amethyst.
It's amethyst, yeah. Totally agree. Here you've got one that's got the combination of colours. Mark Smith actually is in total agreement with me about the quality of the fluorite at the moment. He said it's like, probably in his top 5 gemstones at the moment, just because the quality of the fluorite's amazing, and because of those variations in colour, gives you so many design opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's a real designer's gemstone, I guess.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's beautiful. But then again, look at the colour palette. It's my kind of colour palette. It's that muted,
purple,
but you still get that pop of colour.
Kind of teal colour, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Yeah. Go well with copper tones, of course.
Oh, funnily enough, I think it might.
Yeah, I think it will. I think it will. $6.95 is your price point. I have to say, this is some of the finest quality fluorite I think I've ever seen. Not just here at JewelleryMaker. I've ever seen in 7 years of working in the industry, working on our sister channel, offering you luxury jewellery designs. This has to be some of the highest quality fluorite we've ever been able to offer you here at JewelleryMaker. $6.95, definitely not representative of the quality of the gemstone here. And we're just talking about sharing little kind of bits of knowledge about the gemstones with your customers. Knowledge is power, of course. And interestingly, fluorite is related to the only gemstone we mine for here in the UK. It's Blue John. There's a mine in Derbyshire where we mine for a gemstone called Blue John, and it is closely related to fluorite. So there you go, that might be of interest to your customers if you're selling your designs at craft fairs. Wow, lots and lots of people taking advantage of this, and I'm not surprised, partly because of the quality of the gemstone, partly because of that amazing add it to your order price of just $6.95 this afternoon. How many of these did we have in stock? Okay, we've got fewer than 50 of these remaining in stock. In fact, we've got fewer than 30 of these remaining in stock. That's how quickly it's flying out the door. So if you do want to add that to your order, and if you're one of the 10 people that in your basket, you need to start checking out. It is just $6.95, and I will show you that quality once again. Let's just see the light passing through that fluorite. I think that's when you really start to appreciate just how magical this gemstone really is. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Okay, wow, huge numbers of people multi-buying this. Janet's got 2, Stella's got 2, Vicky's got 2, Michelle's got 2, Laura's got 2. $6.95 for this particular show. We're going to move on. I forgot where I took that as well, sorry. 9, wasn't it? Sorry. Where to, sorry, mate? Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, we're all getting confused, don't we? Wow. Just look at those. Okay, now, I will always level with you. If I don't think it's a heart, if I think it's more of a puffy droplet, I'll tell you. Now, I know where this classification has come from. These have got kind of like a raised platform on the surface of the gemstone, almost like a kind of elongated facet, if you like. So that's why, can we look quite closely here? Can you see that there? Can you see that little raised edge? As a result, they do have a heart-like quality about them. Normally I'd just say they're not hearts, they're drops, they've made a mistake, but I can kind of see where they're coming from on this one. So maybe you have to be selective of which ones you use as hearts. Is that fair? You know, I always like to be fair with everyone. They're silver coated agate, so given this kind of metallic coating to the agate itself. 170 carats in total, really? That's a little treat. They were just saying you could see your reflection in the surface of them. I'm afraid they don't come with my reflection, ladies. Thank heavens, people were saying. 14 millimeters in size, 170 carats, $6.95 is the price point. Another add it to your order deal. I'll tell you what, we're getting you up and running for the late show. It's coming up in 10 minutes time. And this is the essence of what they're going to be bringing you from 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. Add it to your order deals with Ali tonight. And this is gorgeous, isn't it? Because it gives you a metallic finish, but from a natural gemstone, beautiful agate. And here, it's available at an add it to your order price. $6.95 is your price point. And available while stocks last, because we're looking at a lot of last of stock deals here as we approach the end of the show. Just $6.95 for those. We're going to move on. What is wrong with my brain? Where did I get this from? Oh yeah. I tell you what, when the floor manager gives you lens sit, concentrate. We're about to give you another opportunity to add lemon quartz to your order. This time, varying cuts here. You've got the polished rondelles ranging in size from 5x3 to 9x4, and then you've got the through drilled plain ovals. Ovals? Oh dear. 6x5 ranging to 11x7 millimeters in size. Really popular, I suppose, as we move into the spring season, as we've discussed. But Laura's given us lots of inspirational designs of what kind of metallic tones and what gemstones she would put alongside these, like the pranites and the peridots, those kind of looks.
Citrine, even rose quartz, amethyst, all of those kind of colourways would just go beautifully. But then you just add silver and quartz with it, and you've got a real zesty piece of jewellery as well.
Absolutely gorgeous. It does have that citric quality, which is, again, you know, I suppose, reflected in the name of the gemstone itself, lemon quartz. Oh God. I just read the name.
Yeah, I just read it.
It's funny because I was just thinking of lemon sit when you said it, because I can't concentrate on what I'm doing. When life gives you lemons, make jewellery. It's the best one today. $9.95. No, it's definitely not awful. That's the best one. It's better than magnesite PI.
Well, I quite like that.
Oh, you like that one?
That was quite clever. Sorry.
I'm still going to say that the benchmark for bundle names for me, I know you're going to be annoyed. I know producer Danny's going to be coming in here, but working 925 is still up there as one of the best for me. But this is getting pretty close. That's a Liam special, working 925. But Phil, this is getting close. When life gives you lemons, make jewellery. Beautiful rondelles there, and you've got 80 carats there. You've also got the 65 carats of the plain ovals. $9.95 is the price, so that works out at £4.98 per strand. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. This is an interesting combination. Got producer Phil's favourite gemstone, gorgeous rhodonite plain rounds. Love this gemstone because it gives you that kind of quite classic combination really between your rose pinks and your jet blacks in the banding. And you've also got this beautiful waxy clarity from Chalcedony. Kind of sounds a little bit like an oxymoron, that does, but you do get a clarity, you do get sparkle, but it still has a quite kind of muted finish to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. So Chalcedony, these are faceted rondelles, and you've got 40 carats, and then you've got 55 carats of your rhodonite. Gorgeous, I love that. 100% natural, both these gemstone strands. This is exactly as Mother Nature intended this Chalcedony to be, with that beautiful waxy lustre. If you do want to add this to your order, we are going to give you and add it to your order price. Oh wow, look at the way that's sparkling. That's gorgeous. So should be £13.90, we've taken it down. Once again, £4.98 per strand, £9.95 for both strands. Amazing. And given that you've got the 4mm rounds on that rhodonite, again, actually, that might look quite good framing the bloodstone in a soutache design.
Yeah, definitely.
Similar colours.
Yeah, it's really I love rhodonite. I think it's a gorgeous gemstone. And even if you just wanted to create a simple ring like we did with the smaller gemstones,
Yes,
you don't have to have it for a cabochon set design.
No, absolutely right. There you go. You can use the 4mm rounds perfectly as a feature if you're a talented wire worker. And we are going to grab in one more deal tonight. We saw that beautiful Amazonite bundle fly out the door earlier on today. I've now got feature cuts here, 14mm puffy hearts, no denying these. They've clearly been carved into little heart shapes. You've got the little indentation on these so you can see that they are heart shapes, and this is the natural colour that you associate with a gemstone, isn't it? 250 carats of gorgeous Amazonite, 14mm in size, perfect for those. Well, I always make this reference because I don't think that hearts are exclusively reserved for romantic designs. I think hearts are just encapsulate all notions of love, don't they? You can give your heart to a friend, to your sister, to your mum, don't they? They just mean love, don't they?
I just think it just means that someone cares. It doesn't have to mean, like you said, it's not being given to a partner.
No.
It could be given to a child or a loved one. It's just a nice gift, isn't it, to say you're thinking of them.
And of course, as we move into the spring season, as we discussed, this is a perfect colour. I can imagine this with like rose quartz.
Yeah.
Beautiful combination, wouldn't it?
Really beautiful.
Wow. £6.95. I was not expecting that price point, considering the carat weight, considering the amount of work that's gone into this cut. That is incredible. £6.95. That's an amazing price point. It's another add it to your order deal for 250 carats of Amazonite heart. They're 14mm in size. Again, the gemstones doing all the work for you, isn't it?
And if you got those chips earlier on, you've got an ideal pendant. Just make a couple of multi-strand neck piece and a wirework pendant. That's it then, isn't it?
There you go. Jobs are good. And £6.95. That's an amazing deal. I'm just going to move over now and have a look what Laura's been up to. Before I do, is it producer Danny wants me to make everybody aware of this? Oh, okay. Now, if you're about to head out and you're thinking, no, I'm going to miss out on the opportunity to add this strand of tanzanite to my order, don't panic, because we are reserving some of the stock for tomorrow's Designer Inspiration show. But if you are tuning in tonight for the late show, you will have the opportunity to add this strand of tanzanite to your order. Ali and Ozzy will be with you in about 3 minutes time. Oh, actually 2 minutes time, so I better go and catch up with exactly what Laura's been up to, because you've been working with this little
I haven't
bundle,
done, that's not mine on the end, but yeah, I haven't done tons.
Shows how beautiful the gemstones are.
Yeah, you can keep it simple. I've just started working on a pendant, and if it's okay, maybe I can take it home and take a couple of tiny little stones just to finish it, but you can just get an idea of how you can use these smaller gemstones within your woven designs.
Beautiful.
You can't see it too clearly there, but there's lots of the little
magnetic quartz in there.
That's it. I wasn't even going to attempt to say that. Just in that bit there, and then I just mirror something along this side. So what I'll do is I'll take that home with me, and I'll finish tonight, and then I can pop a picture on Facebook,
do it,
just for you to see. But I just wanted you to see how you don't need big gemstones to be able to create a pendant.
Absolutely, and that'd be gorgeous. So, you know, if you're working with the baby blues and the rose pinks that you get from the magnetic quartz and the chalcedony, then you've got a perfect combination,
got a perfect combination. But yeah, so I didn't get a chance to finish it, but it's just to give you an idea.
That's gorgeous. Well, we have kept you busy today, so thank you very much for your demonstrations, all of your top tips and your insights into wire work for cocktail rings today, Laura. Amazing. When are you on next?
I'm on a late show on Wednesday next week.
Late show on
and
Wednesday
a designer inspiration
next week.
on the Thursday.
Wednesday next week.
18th.
You'll see me.
Are you on the Thursday?
Oh, yeah.
As well? I'm on Thursday as well.
With me?
Yeah, designer inspiration.
Viking knit.
It's not.
It's boo. Sorry. We're back together next week. Coming up in just a few minutes' time, if that, you've got the beautiful Ali and the gorgeous Hannah Osborne bringing you that strand of tanzanite. Do not miss out on that opportunity. Just enough time for me to thank all of the team and of course the lovely Laura, you for watching. Thank you and good afternoon.
Join guest designer Tracy Spurgeon as she takes you step by step to making basic ring shapes, with options to create your focal feature of your ring. You will also pick up lots of tips and hints and design ideas during the day. With stunning examples on display, you'll be inspired. This course includes 20 grams of silver art clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments,